So, einen wunderschönen guten Morgen. Es geht schon los mit der Pre-Show der CitizenCon. Herzlich willkommen zurück bei mir im Stream. Schön, dass ihr wieder da seid. Ich freue mich. Und ja, los geht's mit der CitizenCon. Ich schwenk mal direkt rüber, wenn das hier alles soweit funktioniert. Natürlich funktioniert es wieder nicht. Warum funktioniert es wieder nicht? Jetzt geht's hier rüber mit Just Chatting. Ha, guck mal ihn an. Ha. Gut, natürlich wollen wir auch hören, was er zu sagen hat. Auf geht's. Heute über YouTube, weil alles andere macht keinen Sinn.
We're all in these orgs. Everybody's in an org. There's med runners over there. There's ADI over there and stuff like this. But that's outside the game. To finally get these orgs inside the game is a major, major milestone that I've waited for so long. And yeah, it's not happening today or tomorrow, but it is in active development. We'll have more updates on that when we do our other shows, the ISC and the SAL, over the remainder of this year and well into next year. Then we had that cosplay contest. Who actually won? Who won the cosplay contest? It was that giant Pico, right? I forgot to check. I was unfortunately doing some other stuff, but I hope it was the giant Pico that won. But of course, Ken Shadow, last year's winner, was back and everything. I haven't seen Ken Shadow. Ken Shadow, are you in the building? Ken Shadow, if you're in the building, come find me in the general lounge. And then, what was it? Dress to Kill, finally making good at all those armor specializations. No, don't take my water. I need my water. You just don't bring me back my water. Shot I have to drink. My water, he took my water away. But the return of the Valakar sandworm, we've been waiting for that since 2016, and I'll tell you, we did several playthrough tests over the last couple of years. Okay, they really wanted to move it out of shot, so I'll move it out of shot. Watching that thing in action, the players play it, it is devastating, it is deadly, it needs a lot of tuning, and I'll give you a little BTS. There was one playthrough that we couldn't use any of the footage from because its projectile spit was bright white. And I won't elaborate on that. You can use your own minds to wonder why we didn't use that. And then, of course, the Beyond Pyro presentation, where we finally got confirmation that Nix is our next system, and the reveal of the Castra system. Pre-production. I'm going to talk, Ian, I know you watched the show. That's pre-production? Are you serious? Like... I've never seen pre-production look quite so good. So yeah, we're all really excited. And then of course, the Squadron demo. Who saw the Squadron presentation?
Alle, hoffe ich doch.
Oh, yeah, okay, so I've been with the company for about a decade now. And for the first 9.5 years, I made myself a rule that Squadron I wasn't going to pay any attention to. I never went to the meetings. I didn't let people tell me about it. I wanted to preserve that for myself as a fan.
Also war genauso gehypt gestern.
Several weeks ago, we started playthroughs of that. And I often say we have the same conversations you guys do, we have the same reactions you guys do, just a few weeks early, and that was very much what happened with the Squadron presentation. We'd get these big reviews in the studio, and we gather everybody, so everybody could watch the playthrough on our big screen in the studio, and everybody could take notes about everything that needed to be adjusted and stuff. And it's been a heck of an experience over the last 2 months, really dialing that in and get that down. And despite the crashes that happened yesterday, a full, brand new playthrough is available on YouTube now. Rich Tyrer, I don't know if I'm supposed to share this, but I'm going to share it. Rich Tyrer left here, went straight back to the office, straight back to his computer, fired that thing up, and just played it, start to finish, 75 minutes without issue, recorded it, gave it to us, and said, "Get that on YouTube now."
Ja, klar.
So, Rich Tyrer, fantastic.
Sehr gut, Rich Tyrer hat es super gemacht.
Rich Tyrer, please. And I'm going to say that Legatus difficulty is no joke. Over the last 2 months when we were doing our weekly reviews, we had lots of players. Shout out to Tommy, who would play during these reviews and stuff. And Rich is an exceptional player at that. Those Vandal who were charging around McLaren were super lethal. And the turret section has full maelstrom destruction, so a lot of folks who were playing it, the turret would just explode. And yeah, he fell down at the end, but other people would just explode out into space and have to restart. So
okay.
You're a decent game director, but you're actually a really good player at that, and you made that Legatus difficulty look easy. So congratulations. So one of the cool aspects of CitizenCon every year is that every time I walk past somebody, it seems like they hand me something, and I'm like, here.
Ja, schon eine ganze Sache da liegen, ist ja klar. Ich setze mich mal in die Nessel und sage, Disco ist der beliebteste Typ bei Star Citizen.
From an F-35 ejector seat? It's an F-30. I can't remember if it's an F-35 or an F-18. I know those numbers are not remotely close, but I'm very tired. But these were pins from an ejector seat. We've got a bottle opener. You can never come to a Star Citizen event without somebody handing you a bottle opener. Challenge coins. We talked about challenge coins last year. Atlas Defense Industries. This is one from CitizenCon this year. Different orgs. This was somebody's personal giant challenge bar, I guess. I'm not. These are all metal. These are really nice. And then patches. We love patches. Both Tyler Wicken, shout out to Tyler Wicken. Both Tyler Wicken and I have a huge board in our office where we collect all the different patches that folks give us. We've got Bar Citizen patches from all over the world, including one of my most cherished, a patch from Bar.
Aber der Kackerhaufen Lolli ist geil, oder?
Servicemen having their own Bar Citizen quite a few years ago. And then there's some curiosities like this guy. I don't know. I asked him what I was supposed to do with this when he handed it to me, and he said, "Put it in your mouth." I understand that's what a poo.
So nach dem Motto, eat shit, ja.
After stream. Maybe. And then, of course, shout out to the Med Runners. I'll tell you, Med Runners, one of our favorite orgs in the game, dedicated just to helping other people. I ran into the Med Runners at breakfast this morning. And because I had a long, painful walk into the studio,
Da hat sich gestern echt irgendwas gezerrt, ne? Bei dem kleinen Sprint da. Das ist schon.
So shout out to the Med Runners, helping people out of the game, doing the kind of things that we love.
Jetzt haben die Mad Runners ihnen auch im echten Leben geholfen. Das wäre natürlich lustig.
I don't know what this says. I think this is the manufacturer.
Ja, das ist Manufacturer, ja.
Or I can't think of the name of the other one right now. And then this weird Copion thing. So how are we doing on time? Oh, the time's not up there. All right, so one more thing we do before we throw it to Dan and Sam. I wanted to do, back in CitizenCon, our first digital CitizenCon in 2021, I made the mistake of reading online comments after the presentation during the show. And there's nothing I like more than repeating the same mistakes of the past. So our lovely social media team, shout out to Galactica and Mickey, put up a thread asking for your comments about day one of CitizenCon, and let's go through and see some of what people said. Citizen of the Verse said, Castra, my new home. Lovely picture of Castra there. We've got Serious Fun says he loved that the PU got clarity on its next two systems and that the visual fidelity of Squadron 42 is off the charts. Oh, and that Zeus bomber jacket. I'm not wearing mine today. Who's got that Zeus bomber jacket on? Come over here. This thing is amazing. I want to shout out two members of our marketing and merchandise team, Mandy and Kat, who led the charge to get the coolest jacket we've ever made based on an authentic M1A jacket. Again, Mandy and Kat. If you see them over at the merch booth, tell them Jared sent you and tell them how much you appreciate their work on this. They're responsible for all the merch at this year's CitizenCon.
Sieht wirklich richtig gut aus, die Bomberjacke, ey.
And I feel like this is the best merch we've had. I'm wearing the new blackout hoodie today, and this is a really great material. This is comfortable. This is going to become a new daily driver here. Okay, that's enough shilling for the merchandise.
Also genug, ey.
Great. Says his favorite thing was the worm and Sherman and this handsome guy, and there's a gif of Henry Cavill there at the beginning of our Squadron 42 demo.
Ja, mega, dass die Henry Cavill da drin haben, oder?
Cosmic D says he loved the dynamic weather demo. All right. Do you know making videos for Star Citizen is hard. Making videos where the environment is actively trying to crack you is very, very hard. Like, none of that was faked. We got our poor guys, they got into that Zeus and took off, and you saw how it struggled to lift. That wasn't fake. That was the actual dynamic weather system pushing down on the ship and saying, no, you ain't taking off. And then they managed to get it off and then managed to fly in a straight line and stuff like this. Is that for me? Oh, they want me to wrap up. How rude. How rude. All right, so I might read one more comment.
Ihr seid schon soweit? Da geht's gleich los mit Basebuilding. Ich bin, 15 Minuten haben wir noch.
We're not going to read that one. You don't even know my mom. Okay. Uplink says, my favorite part was when the sandworm said, it's sandworming time, and then sandwormed all over those guys. We remember it exactly the same, Uplinks. All right, so that does it for me. I'm going to throw it to Dan and Sam, who I believe are over at the Sim Pits, and see what kind of hijinks they're getting into. Guys?
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to CitizenCon Day 2. Woo! I'm Sam, and if you didn't meet me yesterday, I kind of do some voices and stuff. I also flew a carg. But I am supposed to be here with Dan, and for some reason he's not popping up like he did yesterday. Hang on. I think I can smell incompetence.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Dan, there you are. Are you doing okay?
No, I'm not doing all right. Look at this. I'm keep blacking out.
Dan, I don't think you should try playing this game.
I don't think I should either, but it's so fun. If you guys are here on the show floor, these Monster Tech Sim Pits are really haptic. My ass is vibrating right now with the ricochet bullets hitting my rear.
Dan, shall I take over for you?
Please take over.
Okay, maybe I'll give him a break. Come on, Dan.
All right. Help, thank you. Turns out, I'm not very good at video games. And Sam's really good at video games.
Ja, dann sind wir gespannt.
Go well.
Und das ist mit Hinsitz.
Yeah, let's see you
Gar nicht schlecht.
All right, well, maybe it's not so easy. Maybe it's not so easy. To be fair, I left you in a pretty shit situation. You were set up for failure. Come follow me. We're going to move away from my abject failure as a video gamer for a moment. Hi, guys. Welcome back to CitizenCon Day 2 here at Manchester Central. We're so happy to have you back. Like your
Schön. Ich bin so gespannt aufs Basebuilding, ne?
a bunch of stuff yesterday, but don't worry, there's still a bunch more.
Wird's was für Orgas geben? Werden wir unseren eigenen Orga-Hangar bauen können? Das wird sehr, sehr interessant werden.
Still a bunch of stuff for us to cover. As you can see, we are here in the general lounge here at the show floor, Hall B.
Sobald Basebuilding da ist, werden die Leute rausstürmen und nur noch Bases bauen, das sag ich euch.
Players just chilling out, maxing,
Guten Morgen, Tavi!
shooting some saddle ball outside of school.
Auch schon wach?
A couple of duel who were up to no good started making trouble in the neighborhood. We got in one little fight.
Der Mom gets kalt.
Bishop got scared.
Hello.
Bishop got scared. We said
Captain
Squadron
Bishop.
42 release date 2026. Who is hype about that?
Ja, das ist gut. 2026 werde ich 42, das heißt Squadron 42, das passt.
Today we have a bunch of community booths still to cover. We have some
Das
awesome
vorher
balls
gewusst,
to
ne?
show off here on the show floor as well. There's still
Das ist nur Chapter 1 übrigens, die werden noch mehrere Chapter machen dazu.
a little bit more time together though. I want to make sure you guys are taken care of, and hopefully you guys are having just as much fun watching the show as I am running it. Now, as you can see, we have our themed stuff. We didn't really get into the theming last year. I want to get down into sort of the micro this time. So let's take a look at the outside of these booths. As
So,
you
in
can see,
12 Minuten geht's los.
Bioticorp Waste.
Oder 14 Minuten.
Industries. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go a little bit into the community booth area, just a little bit. As you can see, we have this problem in the verse as well. Get a look at that. People just stacking up their med boxes. Wasteful. Wasteful. For shame. Throw it away. Littering. Hi, guys.
Sehr geil, die Banu hier, die Merchantman, habe ich auch schon gesehen bei Twitter. Könnt ihr auch nochmal reingucken, die sieht richtig, richtig cool aus. Also die haben auch ein 1:200 Modell von der Banu Merchantman da stehen.
Such a pleasure to be.
Vielleicht kommt die ja heute auch raus. Boah, das wäre so mega.
My name is Dan Halbrick. I'm the community producer here.
Oh, ich mach mal die Maus hier weg, ne?
Produce our community managers. That's Jake Acapella. That's Freya. That's Christian. That's Ulf. That's Niku. All the people who you guys interact with on Spectrum, on Twitter, X. Who cares what it's called these days? I help produce those guys and make sure they're giving you guys the up-to-date information, chatting with y'all, and it's been such a pleasure getting to actually get to know you guys as well. You guys have been so amazing here at CitizenCon this year.
Ja.
We're just making sure that we...
Er hatte ja gestern die rote Rüstung an.
In case you guys didn't check this out yesterday as well, we have the Addison Lounge. The Addison Lounge is a place just like the General Lounge for you guys to chill out. Make sure you guys are getting a drink. If you guys have a VIP ticket, you guys have special access to bar and refreshments here as well. You guys don't have to wait in the long line. Make sure you guys are checking that out as well. Yui, thank you for your service. We have that huge United Empire of Earth timeline as well, going all the way back to 2137 to the pretty near recent future of 2950. That's only 4 years ago based on our in-lore world. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, obviously we have the Hornet. We've covered that to death, so I'm not going to cover it, but it still looks pretty cool. Now, I think we're ready to throw over to our first presentation, so I'm going to throw it back over to Jared. We'll see you guys later for some more community booth stuff.
Ja, die erste Präsentation beginnt aber erst in 12 Minuten. Ja. Der Gehandicapte jetzt.
On camera. Just... He's just doing his job. We are backstage now. This is an area that we don't usually get to see at CitizenCon. This is the backstage area where the nerve center of the entire live stage show here. These are the folks who are working tirelessly to make sure that all the right slides go on screen, all the right videos play, all the right sounds play. Hey, everybody.
Sehr cool.
As you can see,
viel zu tun.
they're very, very focused. You excited to be here? Consummate
Ja, auch so gut.
dedicated to doing their job. Hey, how am I doing? My mom likes what I do. All right, so guys, that's it for the pre-show. We're about what time is it? How much?
Die Mutti mag, was soll man, ist doch schön.
Well, that's not even my clock. We're about 10 minutes away from the proper start of day 2, so we're going to take a break here. This is your last chance to get a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom, kiss your loved ones goodbye for the next 4 to 5 hours as we present day 2 of CitizenCon. It's a different beast. Yesterday was the universe that we create. Today is dedicated entirely to the destiny that you're going to build. So stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it, and I'm really, really excited about today. So thanks for watching. We'll see you in about 10 minutes, everybody.
Ja, also 10 Minuten nochmal Ladebildschirm, nochmal Zeit aufs Klo zu gehen. Ich finde, wir können kurz spekulieren, was heute kommen wird. Also meine Tipps sind, was sind meine Tipps? Wir werden auf jeden Fall auch eine Crucible vielleicht in Action sehen. Einfach mal so. Wir werden natürlich sehen, welche Schiffe dazugehören. Das heißt Galaxy. Vielleicht kommt die Galaxy auch heute raus. Oder auf jeden Fall nochmal in den Verkauf. Was haben wir noch? Alles, was mit Basebuilding zu tun hat. Basebuilding-Fahrzeuge werden jetzt sicherlich gleich auch vorgestellt, die dann auch natürlich in den Sale gehen werden. Da haben wir ja schon einmal diese Bodenfahrzeuge mit den 4 SCU gesehen im Leaks-Kanal. Wir werden sicherlich auch sehen, wie man Blueprints vielleicht herstellen kann. Wie man Waffen dann herstellen kann, was man alles für Materialien braucht. Das erwarte ich. Was für Fahrzeuge braucht man denn, um eine Base aufzubauen? Man braucht eigentlich ein Raumschiff, das die Materialien ran schafft. Dann braucht man was, um vielleicht den Boden eben zu machen, damit man dort auch bauen kann. Also was zum Begradigen, entweder ein Raumschiff oder Bodenfahrzeuge, würde ich jetzt mal vermuten. Natürlich braucht man die Blueprints. Wie farmt man die Blueprints? Wo kriegt man die her? Kauft man die? Was muss man tun? Wie sammelt man Materialien? Wie finde ich am Boden eine Ressourcenader, die ich anzapfen kann? all das wünsche ich mir. Vor allem auch das Ressourcen-Gameplay an sich, was mit Trading zu tun hat, dass das jetzt alles ein bisschen mehr ineinander überfließt, dass du diese Aufträge dann hinterher eben auch hast. Ja, da, guck mal, da haben wir den Fexi gesehen. Und ja, ich freue mich drauf. Ihr euch auch, hoffe ich. Und natürlich hoffe ich, weil wir gestern das Orga-Gameplay endlich gekriegt haben, wo es in die Orga reingeht, dass wir dementsprechend auch heute tatsächlich nochmal was sehen können, was man sich als Orga eben selber aufbauen kann. Ob es wirklich nur ein kleiner Außenposten ist und was braucht man alles, um einen kleinen Außenposten oder eine richtige Base zu bauen. Braucht man wirklich eine Crucible, um eine Base zu bauen? Oder schafft man das auch mit kleinen Schiffen Stück für Stück? Das ist jetzt so die Frage. Also ja, man hat ja gesagt, eine Galaxy zum Beispiel ist für L, Large Size Bases, eine Crucible halt für XL, Entschuldigung, Pioneer, ich sage mal Crucible, keiner korrigiert mich hier. Die Pioneer wäre natürlich das richtige Schiff für Crucible war Heavy Repair. Vielleicht sehen wir das aber auch heute. Bin gespannt. Bin sehr, sehr gespannt. Ja, der Saal füllt sich auch langsam, wird langsam Zeit. Bin fasziniert. Brasilien. Hey. Ja, so viele Streamer auch vor Ort, ne? Die da jetzt gerade streamen. Ja, war mir leider nicht möglich, da hinzufahren, aber ist auch gut so. So kann ich hier für euch, mit euch gemütlich sitzen zu Hause. Ich hätte sonst zu viel Geld für die Bomberjacke ausgegeben, glaube ich. Was mir so fehlt auf der Homepage, waren so die Angaben der Größen. Ich kann ja nochmal nachschauen. Ich meine, die haben da keine richtige Angabe gemacht. Ich gehe da mal rein in den Merch-Shop. So lange, gucken wir da nochmal durch. Beim Star Citizen Merch. So, Shop. Ey. Märchen diese. Vielleicht Merch und Merch and Man heute. So. Gibt's hier more Info? Ah ja, hier. Inches. Ja, Inches. Zentimeter, okay. S, M, L, XL, 5-fach XL. Alle leck mich an die Füße. Chest 58. Körperlänge, ja, ich brauche so 72, ne? Also doch L. 75 XL, ja. Irgendwo dazwischen, ne? Körperlänge. Limited Stock, guck mal hier. L. Sind denn schon ausverkauft? Pre-Order. Ich glaube, ich habe die noch im 72. Chest with. Brustbreite. Habe ich schon so bei 75, ja? Da müsste ich jetzt schon XL nehmen. Ja, ja, breite Brust halt, ne? Welche Zentimeter? Maß? Ich habe kein Maßband hier, müsste ich rübergehen. Da müsste ich tatsächlich rübergehen, aber die Jacke ist schon sehr cool. Ich glaube, ich hole mir eine. Wünsche mir zu Weihnachten. Zeus Jacket. Zeus MK2 Jacket so rum. Komm, das ist doch eine coole Jacke. Braucht man noch die Klamotten dazu für darunter, ne? Und den Hoodie, den fand ich eigentlich auch nicht so schlecht. Ah, ernsthaft? Ändert er jetzt tatsächlich die Seite? So, hier das Longsleeve so rum. Den Hoodie, naja. Ich denke, das ist schnell ausgewaschen. Auch hier das UI, würde ich mal sagen. SML, ne? Ah, L. Okay, hier ist es L. Und hier SML mal XL. Ah, okay. Schon krass. Okay. Was habe ich denn in der Card? Ach, hier die MK3 Paints habe ich da dran. Bomber Jacket. Naja, nee. Vor allem, wann kommt die an, ne? Und was ist, wenn sie dann doch nicht passt? Das ist immer so meine Befürchtung. So, ist Bomber Jacket. Aber ich denke, wir werden heute noch einiges in den Pledge Store reinkriegen. Was Fahrzeuge angeht, Schiffe angeht. Für Squadron 42 nicht, sondern Entschuldigung, für Base Building. Da bin ich sehr, sehr gespannt drauf. Was wir da heute sehen werden. An Schiffen. So, ich glaube, heute starten wir pünktlich. Das heißt, noch 2 Minuten. Dann geht's los. Cheers. Und immer schön gesund bleiben. Heute habe ich keinen Tee für euch. So, was zu knabbern. Und jetzt kann es meiner Meinung nach gerne losgehen mit Base Building. Ich bin so gespannt, was sie uns versprechen werden. Aber sie haben nie eine Angabe gemacht, wann das kommen wird. Ne? Wann kriegen wir das zu sehen, was wir gestern gesehen haben? Ja, so. Warte mal eben. So, hier.
Ladies and gentlemen,
so, es kann losgehen.
Master of the self-performed introduction, Mama Huckabee's second favorite son, Jared Huckabee!
Oh, er rennt wieder. Vorsichtig, Jared. Mach das nicht. Ja.
It's day 2. We liked it so much the first time, we're gonna do it again. Now, as the last guy during the pre-show said, day 1 was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day 2 is all about the destiny that you forge. Now, a little history lesson here. Back in 2015, the persistent universe was first launched.
Hey.
It was November or December or whatnot. Everybody remember Port Olisar? Everybody remember that one Big Benny's machine that somehow you could move it?
Wo ist Ihr WhatsApp?
The Big
Mach
Benny
das weg.
challenge of spending hours and hours of just doing this.
Ja.
Trying to get that thing upstairs, downstairs, back into the hab. Shout out to Bad News Baron if you're watching. No, those were the days. Now, since that time, the precision universe has grown. It's expanded. 3.0 arrived, and it had a whole bunch of new planets and moons and stuff like this. We've got Microtech, we've got Hurston, we've got Area 18, and what's the last one? We got Lorville. If you live with the developers, they still call them Stanton 1, Stanton 2, Stanton 3, so it's hard getting the two realities to reconcile in your head. But since this time, you've all been visitors. You've logged in, and you've done your thing, you've gone on adventures, you've fought some Xeno threat, you've mined some barrel, apparently, a whole lot of barrel, if we're looking at that trivia from yesterday. But this entire time, you've been visitors. Starting next year, you stake a claim.
Starting
in
next
the prestigious
year.
universe.
Nächstes Jahr.
Next year, the persistent universe truly becomes yours.
Jetzt bin ich mehr als gehypt auf nächstes Jahr.
Handful of gentlemen to tell you how they're going to do it, how you're going to do it, and how amazing it's all going to be. So please welcome to the stage design
Nächstes Jahr Base Building.
Citizen and Squadron.
Das ist eine Ansage.
One of my dear
Start
friends, one
nächstes
of my
Jahr.
DMs. Hey, when are we playing again?
Das wird geil.
That's not a good look. All right, please welcome to the stage design director Rick Porter.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared. And thank you, CitizenCon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? Few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. Crafting, we're going to give you the tools.
Damit.
Your own loot, to build your own home.
Create your own loot.
Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game.
Ich bin gespannt.
So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you would go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair.
Oh, Subscriber Flair kann man craft.
But nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building. We're going
Ich höre schon den Shitstorm.
to options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting?
Oh,
Well, you can't craft without materials.
Zungen, ja.
Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game,
Mir gefällt das Future ganz gut.
designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a close
Die Anlagen gefallen mir.
example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize.
Specialized mining,
instance,
okay.
each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather.
Oh,
Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering profession.
ja, ist doch cool. Dann gehen wir demnächst alle Minern, um die Sachen zu holen.
Currently, only
Refining.
mining resources can be refined, but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources.
Oh, können wir später Sachen,
We're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials.
unsere Sachen wieder einschmelzen sozusagen, im
To
Spiel
expanding
schmelzen
the variety of
tatsächlich.
materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints. So now that you've gathered all these materials, what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract.
Ja, aktuell kann man ja nur verkaufen, genau.
Adding crafting to the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items. Weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships.
Okay, Fahrzeuge und Schiffe selber herstellen. Sehr geil.
And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop.
Alles, was er im Shop kaufen kann, kann man craften. Das ist eine Ansage.
In with shiny new gear, think much bigger.
Jawohl.
You build your own home among the stars.
Das wollen wir doch haben. Das wollen wir doch haben. Klar, Waffen und so weiter herstellen, alles sehr nützlich.
Lodge, an industrial complex,
Das ist das
trading
Ziel.
hub,
Ein Trading Hub.
military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates. Got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip
cool.
gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my
good.
last point. Player choice matters.
Ja.
When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make.
Wird es jetzt einen eigenen Shop geben, in dem man Sachen von Spielern kaufen kann?
Economy alongside players, but now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper. Now, I've given you a nice
Gathering
overview of what we're
New.
working on
Das
here,
ist geil.
and we have a lot more planned for the future.
Mit Raffinerien.
Familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most exciting, I think anyway, an update to base building.
Oh ja. Also ich bin tatsächlich sehr gehypt auf das Base Building.
To start things off, please welcome Jacob Taylor to the stage.
Vielleicht liegt es aber auch daran, dass ich gerade sehr gerne Satisfactory spiele. Was wir auch gerne mal streamen können. Nichts dagegen.
Thank you, Rick. And hello, CitizenCon.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay.
Ah, ich muss noch Heizung anmachen.
Time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with blueprints.
Alles klar, Blueprints. So, Waffenbaupläne und so Kram. Sehr gut. Kann man eine Waffe zerlegen und davon einen Blueprint kriegen? Das wäre jetzt interessant. Das müsste eigentlich so funktionieren.
Before you can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities.
Reputation Rewards, Buying,
Some
Looting.
can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways. You can also upgrade your blueprints through research.
Ah,
More
Research.
detail about what this means a bit later.
Sehr gespannt. Research, endlich. Hey. Tim, moin moin.
And Rick already told us the
Ja,
materials
sehr viel Kaffee bei uns
gather
heute.
and refine will be the ingredients. But
Lang gestern.
to it than that. we have a new concept for materials, material quality.
Also hat jedes Material jetzt auch noch seine verschiedene Qualitätsstufen?
We're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal, or the ripeness of a fruit, or something along those lines. This quality will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting.
Aber vor allem, wie weit wäre das zum Beispiel automatisierbar?
Desirable overall, but is more
Crafting.
rare, and there are still important uses for low-quality materials.
Ich rede jetzt zum Beispiel von Munitionsfabriken oder sowas, dass du dir deine eigene Munitionsfabrik aufbaust, die autonom für dich Raketen und was auch alles herstellt.
Based on some rules, the same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality.
Ja, das ist so ähnlich wie nach Quantanium suchen irgendwie, ne? Stunde suchen und dann nicht abbauen können, weil zu groß oder...
For item stats.
Okay, was haben wir da?
We're introducing a new item stats system to the game.
Sehr gut. Materials, Vault Pulse Pistol, aha. Modify the properties, damage, armor, handling,
of craftable items
wear resistance and more.
By the quality of materials used to craft them. For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation, but craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun, the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating
Solid Bread, quasi Beef. Ja, okay, also kann sich seine Hotdogs selber machen. Ist ja geil. Ist ja anything you can buy in the shop, okay.
The quality of
Hadanit? Wieso Hadanit? Also, ich dachte schon bei dem Hotdog ist Hadanit drin.
higher quality results in better stats.
Kupfer, Hadanit,
Most
Plastik
items
und Aluminium.
require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus on to tailor your items to your playstyle. Here we see I'm making a gun with high-quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have.
Aha.
To go even further,
Das ist ja dann wieder eine kleine Wissenschaft für sich, ne?
application blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved.
Tiers. Ach du Scheiße.
So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials of the same quality.
Wie viele Tier-Items gibt's denn dann bitte?
Requires more advanced
Ich möchte auch bitte eine Raffinerie haben. Ich denke gerade tatsächlich wie ein Satisfactory.
which stats to improve.
Ja, den Hadanit-Hotdog und die Rantadung-Nudeln, genau.
But also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item, and tier 3 being a highly advanced version
Also Gott sei Dank nur Tier 3.
of aggressive materials. But you can also craft vehicles.
Also Raumschiffe craften. Jetzt geht's los. Aha.
And vehicles are so important that they will go up to tier 5,
Ach du,
providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel.
Tier 5 Vehicles. Leck mich an die
You've
Füße.
already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry, you can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including
Also man kann das Schiff auch erweitern. Upgraden sozusagen. Das ist gut.
including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch. So
Ja, die haben es so ein bisschen mit diesen T1 und T3, da kommen sie nicht so ganz klar.
of item stats to their fleet. Let's take a look in-game at the difference it makes to have high-tier equipment made from high-quality...
Scheiße, wird das lange dauern, meine ganzen Schiffe auf Tier 5 abzugraden. So, warte mal, Work in
See how the
Progress.
recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun.
Oh ja, krass. Da ist natürlich sehr viel
Spooling is
Präzision drin.
faster on a high-tier quantum drive.
Oh ja. High-Tier Quantum Drive Spooling faster. Mhm. Ist schneller. Ja, das ist für Scouts vor allem sehr wichtig dann, ne? Schnell es rein und wieder rausfliegen.
High-tier scraper beam is much more effective.
Wow, alles klar. Da freuen sie sich alle. Ja, ist schon geil.
So, that's an overview of crafting.
Wir kommen langsam den ganzen Mechaniken etwas näher, ne?
To walk you through the full crafting process. Thank you and have a good day.
Okay, wie funktioniert das Crafting? Jetzt bin ich sehr gespannt. Aber eigentlich müsste es doch auch so sein, dass wenn du eine Waffe findest oder so und kannst du dann zerlegen und dann hast du den Blueprint davon. Das fehlt mir so ein bisschen. Das müsste eigentlich auch da drin sein.
Thank you, Jacob. Hi.
Dem scheint kalt zu sein.
Lead System Designer of the CGP System Design Team.
Spricht doch Deutsch, Thorsten.
We now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession.
Jetzt komme ich in den Demo.
We'll start with acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly
Kein
available
Freund von Fahrzeug selber bauen? Warum nicht?
reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint.
Also, man kann überall Blueprints
Challenging
finden.
to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire.
Da haben wir wieder das.
If they find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf.
Das ist gut.
Digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library.
Ah, sehr gut.
Library
Das ist also eine Personal Library.
This library is
Unlocked per character and added to your library. Okay.
every blueprint you claim is yours forever.
Das ist gut, dass man den immer behält, den
Cannot be
Blueprint.
stolen or traded once claimed. But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints. Those tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprints.
Kann man denn bis zum nächsten Wipe? Nein, ich glaube nicht.
Research requires a
Die Library brauchen sie nicht wipen.
which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version.
Ja gut, macht ja Sinn, ne?
To upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this
RMC,
example, we need to
RSU.
craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data from the Science Guild. Research is time-intensive
Okay.
in addition to the action requirements. It will take time for the research data bank to process your research.
Eliminate 5 players with the Volt Pistol in Pyro.
You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for.
Ja.
Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process.
Ja, wahrscheinlich dann, ja,
Especially
genau.
for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require
Genau.
materials from multiple sources.
Mining, scavenging, harvesting plants, hunting animals and
Already
more.
mentioned by
Krass.
Jacob, pay attention to the quality.
Ja.
If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world.
Und da sind ja die Personal Hangars geil, weil du kannst alles storen und dann sammelst du einfach das, was du brauchst und verkaufst das, was du nicht brauchst. Also das ist schon geil.
Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them.
Und bei Refining?
Like crafting requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined materials. The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary raw material defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take. An optional catalyst can speed up the process further. Let me give you a simple example. If you want high-quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low-quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high-quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This is one of the important use cases for low-quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself, you can get your org to help you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need on the open market.
Open Market, das hört sich gut an.
We are reaching the final step. You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the
choice of
relevant
material
crafting
and
machine.
its quality. Ja, das ist doch cool. Das ist cool.
Talking about crafting machines. We will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support.
Naja, der Hangar ist vielleicht nicht so schnell angegriffen wie eine eigene Basis und ausgeraubt.
You will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones.
Du kannst auch
like the state
Player-Bases
you
überfallen.
already know. Player-owned, that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we have talked about just now,
Crafting Machines auch noch. Gott,
also
ey.
come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job.
Oh,
You will not
scheiße.
only progress in the products you produce, but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares.
Okay, also will man immer das Beste haben, ne?
What you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines. There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about.
Dahinter ist mega krass, die großen. Fabrication Hangar. Wow. Auch wenn man im Stanton-System bleibt, kann man ja die Comms ausschalten und dann deinen Hangar angreifen.
The future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints.
Mehr als 1000 Blueprints.
Our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players.
Ist
If you're
natürlich
part of a
krass.
group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time.
Das ist
To
richtig.
be a generalist
Die
crafter,
Zeit wird es zeigen.
specialist, or something in between.
Das ist eine goldene Waffe.
Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others.
Irgendwo bauen, wo es hunderte Kilometer von Sprungpunkten. Ja,
It's a real profession in the game.
trotzdem kann man ja überall trotzdem hinkommen, ne?
Dedication and attention. As you
Oh,
can
yeah.
tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got crafted by someone else and you will be using it. People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting.
Jetzt so eine Frage, kann ich auch Waffen raffinieren sozusagen und das Material daraus ziehen?
That are sought out to get certain things crafted from. With the ever-expanding game we all love,
Scheint, als hätten die daran nicht gedacht.
expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression that involves the entirety of our game.
Waffen oder Schiffe raffinieren.
Already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building.
Ja. Okay. Aber wenn ich was craften kann, dann kann ich es doch auch refine. Also ich brauche noch irgendwie mehr für Refining, habe ich das mal
I will
Gefühl.
now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Aber die Frequenz bzw. Leute, die es entdecken, ist niedriger und damit die Wahrscheinlichkeit von Leuten mit bösen Absichten. Naja, wenn du jetzt auf einer Safe Station alles Wichtige lagerst, dann kannst du natürlich auch dahin fliegen, wenn die Base in der Nähe ist von deiner, also wenn die Starbase in der Nähe von deiner Location ist auch kein Problem. Innerhalb von einem Stand-System ist sowieso alles relativ nah aneinander, ne? Wer hat das Mikrofon in der Nase?
Who's excited to start talking about this next topic?
Natürlich sind wir excited. Was hat er denn gedacht?
My name is Luke Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the
Er
tools
spricht durch die Nase, ja.
to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro.
Mann, Mann, Mann. Sehr gespannt.
Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to
Wir
share.
sollen die Nase mithören, ja. Wenn er atmet. Oh, jetzt bin ich gespannt. Crafting, Basebuilding.
We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card.
Construction, was?
The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless Pyro, we can
Sowas wie ein Bauwagen.
dive into building our base. Keep in mind the following UI
Sieht nice aus.
in progress.
Sieht aus wie bei Satisfactory, Alter. Oh, von oben. Top-Down-Sicht. Yay, das ist geil. Land Claim, New Structure, Existing Structure.
Survey
Geil.
drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land.
Oh, wie geil ist das denn?
Mode will pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time.
Okay. Also noch ist es instant, aber später
Build our first
wird das Zeit
structure.
kosten.
Let's have a look on the inside.
Aber das sieht jetzt nicht toll aus, muss ich mal sagen. Das hängt in der Luft. Nichts drin, ja, okay.
Small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In
Jetzt bin
our
ich gespannt.
case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem, because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out.
Power Building, okay.
But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure.
Die Survey-Drohne würde ich tatsächlich auch als Überwachungsdrohne nutzen hinterher.
Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think.
Ein Fuel Generator, okay.
Need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better
Sicherungen.
the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building. Next up, we have a terminal that gives us access to the status of our building. And more
Wenn er umfällt, wissen wir's.
we get to activate it here.
Aber kann das dann jeder ein- und ausschalten? Ah, okay, das sind die Power-Generatoren. Aha, deswegen haben die so geleuchtet auf der Plattform da gestern.
That should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building now. As you notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings.
Aha.
And it looks like Declan is now hooking up the power to the building.
Muss man das nicht miteinander verbinden? Soll er keine Power-Cable verbinden oder so, wie bei Satisfactory? Ach, guck mal.
Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place.
Das sieht gut aus.
We made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you.
Aber schon mal cool. Für die ersten Steps. Ich frag mich dann, wie lange wird das dauern hinterher, wenn du so eine Base aufbaust, ne?
Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building.
Bestimmt gleich im Pledge Store.
The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships.
Was, hoffentlich können wir bald beim Einrichten Optional Snapper. Ja, das wäre auch gut.
Allows us to survey the land.
Das snappt halt einfach so, wie man es hinstellt.
Claim the land with credits when we're all in a lawful system like Stanton. And most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction zones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For an example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited. Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on? Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity?
Okay.
Let's say we found a good place to start building our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure.
Das sieht gut aus.
On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain.
Genau, Tim.
That will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure. Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send
Stil 3 SCU, so wenig, ne?
to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site.
Okay, die Drohnen holen sich die Ressourcen selber und bauen dann damit auf.
Storage has been depleted.
Das ist doch schon mal gut.
Construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need power. We need to power the building.
Ja, das Plastik als Baustoff mit dabei, klar.
We'll have a unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager.
Mal Power, Water, Shield.
Structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the
Sehr gut.
resource management menu within construction ER.
Das hier hinten ist ein Hangar, oder?
Multiple buildings together.
Und ein Landingpad.
And we can assess the power consumption and shortage of inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need supplies coming in and going out to be managed.
Ja, verdammt, da muss also die immer wieder am Laufen halten und kontrollieren, ob die noch quasi, ja,
Then we can
gewartet werden müssen oder nicht.
our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3. The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be. Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting presentation. Tier upgrades can
Elektrium und Elespo.
integrity of the building or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted and found in the universe. It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it
Yusuf,
into a
mega.
workshop?
Ja.
Do you want to make it into a
Sehr geil.
luxurious bedroom? It's up to you.
Sehr, sehr cool.
Furniture can easily be placed and moved using decorative ER mode as a hologram
Decorative AR Mode, da haben wir es doch gerade, Tim.
through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to
Jawohl, da ist es mit dem Snappen.
pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't fit through the door.
Geil, geil, geil.
Place them
Yeah.
directly from your local inventory. The less trusted among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter,
Endlich, ja.
lock their furniture into place so that only you,
Ja, sehr gut.
friends, get to rearrange your decorations. And best of all, decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangars and ships.
Ja, Personal Hangars und Chips, ja, endlich, ey, Gott, ey. Decorate AR Mode für Hangar A, sehr gut, das braucht man auch.
To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1. Come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2. Use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional.
Frage ist, wie lange hält jetzt so ein Generator, ne? Also wenn du den jetzt jeden Tag neu auffüllen musst mit Sprit, ist auch schon scheiße, ne?
And 3. Personalize
Aber
your base.
da gibt es bestimmt wieder noch so ein Spritlager, was man dann auch wieder damit connecten kann. Also es
There
ist
we have
echt,
it. Our home in Pyro.
ja, mega.
We have a understanding of the basics of base building. We'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, branded.
Weißt du, was noch geil wäre?
Then mark
Wenn man diese Homesteads bauen könnte und die dann an NPCs vermieten könnte.
for your app.
Sozusagen als Einnahmequelle. Das ist zu viel Survival, beziehungsweise kompliziert für andere. Ja, muss ja nicht jeder bauen, oder? Wenn es zu kompliziert für andere ist. Das reicht auch, wenn man als Orga dann eine Base baut, wo sich dann alle wohlfühlen, wo sich alle mit dran beteiligen können, wo alle mit verantwortlich sind, diese Base zu erhalten. Das ist doch geil. Ich finde auch, das schafft dann eher so dieses, das habe ich selber aufgebaut, das hat Zeit gekostet, das hat Spaß gemacht.
And we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for
Oh, jetzt kommt's.
woods. Maybe you want to place it down to
Vermietung wäre richtig, richtig cool.
go and explore. Or
Kann man aber bestimmt zwischen Spielern machen. So, hier, ich habe eine Base, könnt ihr jetzt haben, könnt ihr abkaufen oder wie auch immer. Zeig mir die Big Base.
we're going to industrialize.
Industrialize, okay.
So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. It's been a bit of a spoiler.
Ja klar, auch was Eigenes bauen.
So
Jeder will doch seinen eigenen Platz im Verse haben.
a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built us this. It is the construction hub. This has 4
Construction Hub.
compared to the grav carts 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we're
Oh. Klar kann man mehrere Basen bauen.
capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously. So 4 is quite a big advantage.
Observation Deck. Ach, wie geil ist das denn? Und jetzt gehst du da in so einen Stuhl rein, oder was? Das ist doch mal eine Übersicht, die du brauchst. Oha.
We'll pop into our construction AR and we'll get down a generator. We'll connect some buildings together just so we have a place to call home before we begin.
So. Also wir bauen einfach mal irgendwo ein paar Hubs hin.
There we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors.
Extractors, ja, her damit.
One is a large solid extractor. We'll also
Ooh.
have liquid and gas depending on which type of deposit that you've settled on.
Oh Mann.
We have our output grid here where we're getting all the brand new resources up out the ground.
Das wird so geil. Mit dem Crafting und mit dem Base Building.
And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials.
Okay, man muss das Ding also auch wieder warten. Das läuft nicht von alleine ewig weiter. So, dann muss auch wieder repariert werden. Jo, bis gleich. Das war definitiv mal eine Aussicht. Raffinerie und Medizin selbst, ja, sicherlich. Los geht's. Jawohl. Da wird die Prospekte aber doof gucken. Wenn du sowas baust.
We want to turn those raw resources into the more valuable refined materials we saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this. It is our refinery. Once again, there are multiple types.
Stahlproduktion aufbauen, ja.
It's the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, it's for the resources which you're going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is determined where you'd select which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want.
Automatisiertes Refining, aber ist geil. Ja, sicher. Die brauchst du, wenn du da rein einsteigen willst. Also einsteigen in das Gameplay, denke ich mal, ja.
A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage.
Elevator Storage.
Base is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session.
In der Single Play Session. Das heißt hier, das wird nicht in der Single Play Session sein, so ein Gebäude. Alter. Es dauert dann Tage, bis das aufgebaut ist. Oh, ich denke mal, die können komplett zerstört werden, die Bases.
We'll
Kann man die jetzt connecten?
more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out of the ground as quick as possible. And with base building, we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn they will share the same storage.
Geil.
What we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A.
Also man hat mehrere Elevator Points, die aber unterirdisch miteinander connected sind und alle an ein Storage angebunden sind.
There is a distance limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that. And it has to all be contained within the same base.
Und man kann die Reichweite erweitern, indem man mehrere von diesen Fahrstühlen dazu sagen connected über längere Strecken hinweg.
Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish.
Granting people access
Also give
to our
them
base.
access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators.
Org Storage. Orga Storage. Habt ihr das gehört? Orga Storage. Mega geil. Jawohl, endlich können wir alle für uns sammeln.
Now, we always want a safe place to store our ships. So, trusty hangar.
Ein Hangar. Ein Hangar. Wie geil. Um die Schiffe einzulagern. Ja, mega geil. Das gefällt mir. Am besten jetzt.
See, it has this large, we call it a foundation tile. It's quite special in that it can actually deform the terrain around it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases. However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar.
Fabrication Hangar.
I want to guess what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar.
Wir fahren jetzt rein in den Hangar, um zu sehen, was man dort bauen kann.
Maybe not an Idris, if I'm honest.
Keine Idris.
We'll have a drive around, we'll go to the entrance and we'll see what's in store for us.
So, dann zeig mal her. Oh Leute, das wird so special.
Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting.
Was haben wir gebaut? Eine C1 Spirit.
Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship.
Ja, mega. Brauchst du nichts mehr kaufen? Kannst alles craften.
So, quick recaps of the gains from industrializing. We've tapped into the brand new resources and we've made use of them by turning into the more valuable.
Das kommt vielleicht noch, wie man das rausfinden kann. Seki.
Later networks which are great for logistics and hauling.
Seki Jöntgen.
Hangar, which is
Erstmal willkommen im Stream.
big valuable items such as ships. Now, ships are valuable because you can, of course, you can fly them, you can play content with them, but because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players.
Man kann die Schiffe dann an andere Spieler verkaufen. Also das, was man herstellt, kann man an andere Spieler verkaufen. Setting up Shop. Guck mal, man kann einen Shop aufmachen.
So, with base building, you're going to be able to set
Das
up
ist geil.
shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on.
Man kann dann selber die Preise vergeben.
Visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight
Wie
elevator.
geil ist das denn?
The second method is to set up the physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then link
Schade, Tim.
sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock.
So geil. Jetzt habe ich leider nicht genau zugehört, aber ich glaube, man kann es dann verkaufen an das Spieler, ist klar.
The physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You could even go as far as to make your own ship showroom.
Man kann seinen eigenen Chip-Showroom machen, auch geil.
For UEC, however, it is important to note that the point of purchase will always occur at the base itself. Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment to talk about why it's so impactful for crafting and base building the game as a whole. Understandably, throughout this presentation, we've been telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions, you want to do your beacons, that's how you want to make your credits instead.
Also wenn das kein Gameplay ist, Leute, ne?
The players who do want to spend
Dann weiß ich es auch nicht.
those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important because crafted items using high quality materials will be the most powerful in the game.
Klar. Und je nachdem, wo du das anbietest, hast du natürlich genügend Abnehmer dafür.
Cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you will become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location.
Genau.
Do you want your customers on edge in Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace? We've talked about selling items. Let's sell the look of your base. We have foundation tiles, which can help you divide up the foundation decals, which help you divide up the foundation tile.
Das sieht richtig cool aus, ja.
You want, and they just help you mark up areas like I want to use this place for cargo, I want this for housing, vehicles, and so on. You'll be able to earn paints in-game and apply them to buildings.
Mhm. Paints für die Gebäude kann man also sich verdienen. Aha, verdienen. Sehr gespannt.
As well as add your own custom text. So if you're part of an org, the blue
Vote, okay. Customization, geil.
We have some
Oh, das sieht schön aus. Farming and Ranching.
design phase or early white box, but we want to share some details. First up, we have farming and ranching. Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. As well
Scheiße, ja, Farming wird auch richtig
harvesting them when they're grown.
interessant.
High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants. Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to provide them with feed, water, and shelter.
Ranches, klar, das geht dann um
You would
Tierzucht.
produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-graze,
Sandworm Ranch, ja, das wäre natürlich das.
not yet. Maybe, no.
Addition, Art, so, was haben wir da? Stopp. Ey, zurück mit dem Bild.
We have a few more additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads.
XL Structures.
New
Geil.
variants of structures which you've seen today. For
Straßen.
power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal, as well as the XL.
Double Dog Farm, genau.
Everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today rather, is large. XL is larger than large.
Ist schon klar. New Manchester. Defense Towers, ja, die braucht man auch.
So, in lawful areas, you have varying levels of security provided for you. With max security, you are protected by planetary shield tech. However, in lawless, pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls, shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel. To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can of course have multiple. These can be
Man kann mehrere Basen haben, ja.
moons across multiple systems. There are advantages and disadvantages of locations and base types. For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax to be able to build, and then you'll gain protection in return. In lawless, no cost, higher chance of better quality materials, but no security to fall back on. A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up a single play session with short build times. However,
Ja, die A2, der hat doch gerade gesagt, planetare Schilde, die dich vor solchen Bomben beschützen.
big you want to go.
Die hast du dann an den Basen.
You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can set up a base as an org and own it as the org.
Und dann noch Anti-Aircraft und Anti-Missile-Cannons, die du anbringen kannst.
Ultimately, base building can be your main gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is that you value.
Boah.
On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very...
Also es soll schon, also meiner Meinung nach soll es und muss es auch schwer sein, so eine Base einzugeben, egal in Lawful Systems oder Illawful Systems, also egal ob man jetzt in Pyro ist oder nicht. So, jetzt zeig noch mal her hier. Oh. Da war er. Das ist ein Javelin-Wrack. Alter, wie groß dann die Base ist, wenn da eine Javelin liegt im Wasser. Ja, moin, Husky. Man kann so viele bauen, wie man Bock hat und Kohle hat, ganz genau. Das sind doch eine Menge Schiffe, die da starten.
Thank you.
Nein, kein Limit.
Say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and you might see that base again later today. So stick around. Thank you.
Ich finde, bei einem Raid sollte die Quote für Reward und Einsatz 10:100 liegen. So niedrig?
Hello, CitizenCon. I'm Kirsten, your core tech producer, and I'm here off the back of that amazing presentation with Thorsten. How are you feeling, Thorsten?
Much better now.
That was an incredible view to what players can expect next from crafting and base building. Do you want to tell us a bit more about the crafting system?
Also das, was ich gesehen habe, gefällt mir sehr gut. Jetzt frage ich mich nur, wofür brauche ich die Pioneer?
I think we talked a lot about that already.
Wofür brauche ich eine scheiß Pioneer? Ich brauche ja gar keine Pioneer. Was kann die Pioneer besser?
Exciting change, I would say.
Das kommt, glaube ich, gleich, oder?
Because we give the resources a meaning apart from just a monetary value.
Nein, das Raiding ist
Now, even with
sicher nicht der Main-Fokus, aber
implement
du musst dich ja auch davor wappnen.
for like the perfect material.
Hier geht es gerade darum, scouten nach Perfect
You
Material.
need a bigger variety of the materials to be able to craft the items you need. And especially now with the tiered system that we will introduce, we also give a meaning for you as the crafter or the player you are to invest the time to be the
Schade, Husky.
or the-
Das war richtig, richtig geil, das Panel.
Something that is very important to us is that we treat it as a real profession and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense,
Weiß ich
it's
nicht,
also about making
Tim.
it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
Gestern lief sie noch bauchfrei rum.
Meaningful, yeah. So
Ich glaube, die haben heute gesagt, zieh dir mal ein T-Shirt an.
that everything that we do for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense, right? So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also like this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that the reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
So what impact will the craft
Zufälligerweise gestern einen erstellt, ja, ein Albino.
Well, as also mentioned in the presentation, like we want to see orgs building an empire of crafting or of manufacturing items and being
Ja, Zeki, davon haben die jetzt aber gerade nichts gesagt. Du bist ja da in diesen Turm reingegangen und dann konnte man in diesem Turm diese Gebäude bauen.
in their particular shops
Aber das kommt jetzt, denke ich mal, im nächsten Panel.
that they have the best, for example, FPS weapon for.
And I'm guessing that'll tie in quite well to the biomes we saw yesterday as part of the core engine presentation, right?
Ich habe dich auf eine Idee gebracht.
Will also heavily affect
Was für eine Idee, Tim?
because it also will give us a good opportunity to
Gerne. Ich bin immer gerne schuld.
places like the giant forests you saw, right? For example, if you have a prospector as a miner, it might not be efficient, or you might not even be able at all to go down into the trees to mine anything that is below it. So you need to grab your ROC or your FPS mining gear to actually grab the resources that you can only find in those particular.
Mit dem Albino, okay.
So yeah, we will benefit a lot from this.
Super excited. Well, on that note, how has this CitizenCon compared to previous years? You were at LA last year. How is it to be back here in Manchester?
It looks a bit smaller, but I got told it's actually bigger. So yeah, so I really like the location, like the theme it has. I like the community area with the cargo crates. So I think it's really nice. Yeah.
Is there any specific highlights so far for your CitizenCon today and yesterday?
So it's a very subjective take on it, but I really liked our presentation about the orgs and the social stuff, because I'm part of an org myself. So I really looking forward to better tools to organize our trainings, our works, our events.
Do you want to give a little shout out to your org whilst you're here on camera?
Yeah, so shout outs to Aras.
Nice one. All right, well, on that note, we're going to throw to Dan.
Okay, he's live.
Back to the community booth section here at CitizenCon 2954. We are here back
In der Testbooth.
with some old friends. We are here with Test Squadron. And I want to give a quick apology to my good friend O Lefty. Sorry for calling you D Lefty last year. I promise it's not because D is the first letter of my name and I'm a narcissist. But that's probably why. So apologies for that. But awesome. Chrome Ninja, tell us about Test Squadron.
Aber als nächstes geht's ja um die Fahrzeuge. Warte mal, das ist ja dann
Squadron all about.
um Viertel nach, haben die gesagt. Na, warte mal, ich gucke mal auf den Schedule.
We've only got like 3,000 people. I think we just checked it the other day. We're just hitting over 23,100. But we're a casual gaming org, and we're here giving away free stuff. We've got all this stuff on the table.
Awesome. There's some cool swag here. We got coasters, we got pins, we got pens. Tons of awesome stuff here at Test Squadron. If you guys are looking to join a sort of friendly way to join Star Citizen, Test Squadron is the place to do it. We're going to move on. Thank you so much, Chrome Ninja. We're going to move right along to my good friend Tom Beckhauser. Tom, how's it going?
Hi, Dan. So I'm Tom Beckhauser. I'm a real-life racing driver and Star Citizen Twitch streamer. And for this year, Locus69, Pretty Vanilla, and I decided to make a 1 to 200 scale Banu Merchant Man.
Zeig doch die Merchant Man, nicht das Mädel.
Total 6 individual pieces that we assembled, primed, sanded, and painted.
Tom, this thing looks amazing. I mean, in addition to being a badass race car driver, you're also a badass model maker.
Um Viertel nach geht's tatsächlich schon los mit Captains of Industry.
Some Banu Merchant Man little minis. We also have the little...
Uncover the ship and ground vehicles. Ah, okay.
We have the Defender mini. Sorry, I got this mixed up.
Handing out the Defender miniatures and pixel art.
Yes, you gave me one the other day. This is awesome. Tom, people can find you at twitch.tv/Tom Beckhauser. If you guys are interested in checking out more of Tom's awesome stuff, go check him out. Tom, thank you so much for being here. I mean, look at that. Take a look one last time at the BMM before we move on. So freaking cool. Thank you, Tom, for coming over. We're going to shoot now over to Sam, who is here at Atlas. Sam, take it away.
Oh, hi guys. I'm here with ADI, and they have something really cool this year. Welcome to the ADI ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Again, did I sound like me? Or could you give us a quick intro to what you guys are doing here?
Yeah, this is the Area 18 ASOP terminal and freight elevator terminal. We have, a fully interactive experience here, and we tied this in with our giveaways for this year. So we have Freight Manager as well, and this is where you can take, what's this? A hacking card. We have Tiger's Claws that we've been giving out. You have to search for them.
Das wird geil.
You go through the hack experience.
Mit dem Baseball.
Unfortunately, ADI is an anti-piracy org, and this is a mongrel hacking chip, so we don't want it.
Boo, I'll go take it back to Mongrel then. Come on, let's go take it back to those guys. Come on, guys. Crime never pays.
Piracy is not a real game. Sorry. We only grief and kill for fun.
Amazing. So, right, thank you. So, what are you guys showing off at your booth today?
Well, we are showing off Mongrel Squad to begin with.
Das ist ja das Coole. Jetzt machen wir mal hier ein bisschen leiser, damit ich das einmal sagen kann. Also fühle ich mich so, als müsste ich brüllen. Ich gehe nochmal die Community Booths durch, die sind ja ganz cool. Auxility, ja, okay. Was heißt das für uns? Bei uns in der Orga, die Orga heißt ja DZC, also Deep Space Exploration and Trade Corporation. Das heißt, wir werden definitiv Mining Bases bauen. Wir werden aber auch ein Trading Hub bauen, was von allen Mining Hubs versorgt wird. Und dort wird dann auch eben hergestellt in dem Trading Hub. Das wäre natürlich cool, wenn wir das so als Kette aufbauen könnten und auch halten könnten, dass wir sagen, das ist unsere Verkaufsarea, da wird verkauft, da ist auch ein riesen Hangargebiet, wo Leute landen und starten können. Alles in einer strategisch wichtigen Position. Und dann entweder wird dort auch gleich fabriziert, also gebaut und hergestellt, oder wir machen das woanders und haben dann dort unseren Ship-Showroom und unsere Showroom für Waffen und Equipment. Das wird richtig, richtig geil. Das ist so mein Ziel. So, ich habe das gerade so vor Augen schon eigentlich, dass wir mehrere Produktionsstätten haben auf einem Planeten oder auf dem Mond, wo dann eben die Leute, die gerne Handel machen wollen bei uns in der Orga, das Zeug von A nach B oder in die Produktionsstätten fahren und von den Produktionsstätten aus dann zu unserem Verkaufsraum, wo dort dann wieder die Leute hingehen können und sagen können, jo, ich kaufe das oder wir verkaufen das am Markt. Das heißt, es wird in irgendwelche Stationen gekarrt, wo dann dort die Shops aufgefüllt werden können und all das über die Orga-Kasse. Das ist richtig geil. Da bin ich jetzt schon gehypt drauf. Das ist dann das Gameplay, was ich eigentlich haben möchte. Dass du selber was aufbaust, selber was herstellst, das dann verkaufst, das dann handelst, hin und her transportierst und natürlich auch beschützt. Und das ist eben genau das, was unsere Orga machen will und soll. Das wird richtig, richtig cool. So, jetzt geht's los mit den Bodenfahrzeugen und den Fahrzeugen für das Basebuilding. Dann gehen wir mal wieder rein.
Just a little bit, right? There's more of that coming later today, by the way. Before I get to my deep honor to introduce two of my favorite people, I do want to call out these lovely little note cards here. You've seen many of our presenters and our hosts carrying them here. I have not been carrying mine, and I probably should have. This one just says, "Don't run." This one says, "Thank Kat and Mandy, but also Tyler and Leah." Guys, can we get a round of applause for Tyler and Leah, please? Now, Tyler, you probably know, is our Director of Community. Tyler is what we call internally as a product owner. He is the product owner for CitizenCon. So everything that you see here at this event this year is touched in one way, shape, or form by Tyler Wicken. So please give a round of applause for Tyler Wicken. And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please.
Aber wer die Grafik da hinten gemacht hat, das ist so richtig episch schön.
This one says, "Don't let the intrusive thoughts out." I almost lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday. This one says, "Hi, Dad." Hi, Dad. And this one says, "Don't run," crossed out, "Don't roll on the stage, dummy." All right. So that's enough for me. Guys, our next presentation is our annual ships presentation, this year titled Captains of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost...
Das wird ja auch das Ship-Panel sein, ne?
I'm gonna do it anyway. Ben Curtis was born in Manchester. No, I'm just... Vehicle art director Ben Curtis and... Gosh. Oh, I was gonna do something really embarrassing. All right. John Crew, you're saved. Come on out, John Crew.
Ja, das Ship-Panel mit John Crew wieder.
Wait. You're lucky they didn't wait.
Cheers, man. Hi, everybody. It's good to see you all again.
John Crew ist mittlerweile schon so erprobt da drin.
Excited to be here. In case you don't know me and you weren't listening to Jared there, which I do quite a lot.
Auf der Con wird nicht gerannt.
I'm the
Genau.
director.
My name's Ben Curtis. I'm the Vehicle Art Director.
So schwer ist der doch nun auch wieder nicht.
And the clicker is not working.
Oh.
So if you've got technical difficulties,
You have to do a dance, John.
Der Klicker hat funktioniert, bis John ihn in der Hand hatte. Ah, okay. So, da haben wir doch die Crucible, die Pioneer.
today we're going to be talking about the vehicles to build your universe. And for those of you that,
Wir brauchen noch eine Pioneer.
which is awesome about base building and crafting, you should be familiar
Wir bauen uns eine Pioneer.
with the construction grav cart.
Ja.
And you've seen how this works. You might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things?
Ja.
I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage. But realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in. It can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies in the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board. And drones all have sizes.
Okay.
Okay, so
Need base building vehicles.
everything you're
Okay.
going to be building in Star Citizen has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So it ranges from small all the way up to.
Ist so wie mit den Rucksäcken, ne? Medium Drone can build small and medium und large natürlich dann
What does it really mean?
large, medium und small und so weiter.
What's a large drone? What's a larger than large and extra large and so on? And basically,
Und größere Drohnen können kleinere Teile natürlich schneller bauen.
structure up to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than.
Parallele Produktion, eine Drohne gleich eine Structure.
Depending on how.
2 Drohnen, 2 Structures und so weiter.
But the drones also scale in. They scale in numbers. In the one drone can only make 1 structure at a time. So the grav cart's got 2 drones on it, so they'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium, or if you've got a vehicle that carries multiple drones, you can craft a lot more structures, a lot bigger sizes, and that's kind of really the key to kind of like the upgrade path through the kind of drone sizes. So we've had a look at the small. So what's next? What do you want to build? A medium.
Aha, die Argo CSV Family auch noch. Okay.
This is the CSV from Argo.
So launching today is the very first ground vehicle from Argo, the Construction Support Vehicle, CSV.
Construction Support Vehicle.
To take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast that really does just go everywhere. And if you're constructing a new settlement, there's 2 things you need. You need drones to build it, you need supplies to supply the drones to build it. And that's why the CSV comes in 2 variants.
Der eine hat eine Drohne.
FM, which stands for Fabrication Module. So this has 2 medium drones on board.
2 Medium Drohnen hat das Ding. Aha.
We built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically get it to fit in. So it fits in vehicles from a Cutlass Black upwards. It's a
Okay, cool.
And everyone always asks me, what ship fits in what? And I lose track of it all the time. It's about the size of a Tumbril Cyclone. So if you can put a Cyclone in a vehicle, you could put one of these in.
Okay, wenn Cyclone reinpasst, passt auch so ein Ding rein. Also hat einen Schildgenerator, aber 2 Medium-Drohnen schon drin, das ist schon gut.
It has an internal storage tank for resources. So it has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it. So you feed it 1 SCU crates, it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill. And it also has a size 0 serial generator on board for a bit of added protection. What happens when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game.
Okay.
This has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So
Der hat 4 SCU Cargo, aber keine Drohne.
this is 1 4 SCU box. Depending on what you buy, you can use this to bring it and move it around. So this is the perfect companion vehicle to the CSV FM. Said that. Shield generator as well. Moves about 28 meters a second. My brain is fried. I can't remember what that is per hour or kilometers per hour. And
28 Meter pro Sekunde, okay.
In SD Alpha 324.2.
Das ist nicht langsam.
CSV.
Drive now, Play SC, CSV, aha. Sind die jetzt im Shop?
Let's take a little closer look at the vehicle and Ben's going to go through it.
Zeig mal her, das Ding. Also mit den Drohnen ist ja schon interessant, ne?
Okay, so what we're seeing here is the in-game version of the CSV. It's complete with its 4 SCU of cargo up on the rear. And I think the CSV kind of really builds on what Argo is known for as a manufacturer. It's got those kind of like really kind of hard industrial looks, and I think it helps it kind of feel at home on any build site. All of its components are easily accessible. And I think the exterior is like real dominating factor. It's those kind of large all-terrain wheels, and then that's kind of backed up by just simple, smooth, sleek lines. We've got the front-loading cab that puts all the controls kind of right in the kind of where the player needs them, and I think that's one of the keys to the ship as a whole, or the vehicle as a whole. Sorry, is it's simple, it's purposeful, it's functional, and I think that just kind of just helps it to kind of feel part of that Argo family.
Noch sind sie nicht im Shop.
But
gerade mal geguckt.
But what if you want to go bigger?
Bigger. Okay, was haben wir da? Ah, da ist es. Die Starlancer Family.
So, introducing the Starlancer Family.
Sieht echt aus, ein bisschen wie die...
Yeah, the Starlancer is basically a whole new family of vehicles, from MISC, and these are covering a range of different roles.
Oh man.
Today, we're going to be talking about the first three, which are the build, which kind of makes sense, and that basically is for all your large structural construction needs.
Okay, also auch wieder ein
Attack, which is going to be
Transport and Cargo Vehicle.
People that want a little bit more defensive or
eigentlich eher so eine Freelancer Mark II schon fast, oder?
the Max, which is a dedicated hauler, but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So we're going to take a bit of a closer look at all of them today.
Also wir haben eine zum Kämpfen, eine zum Bauen und eine zum Beladen, so dass die Build.
On the outside, the key thing to take away here is you'll see it has the drone bays on each side, and then it has the drone resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this is where you control all your drones from, much like Luke showed you in the previous presentation. So, 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total.
Alles klar, Tim.
And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SCU of capacity, which can then go and load the internal resource tank to feed the drones.
16
will then be deployed out of their little secret garages, and they go off and do what you've asked them to do. When they need to resupply, they'll come back, sit on these arms, suck up their resources that they need, carry on their day.
Ah, okay. Von diesen Armen kriegen die dann die Ressourcen.
All these base building vehicles have enough storage on board to supply your drones. Obviously, if you're going to build a million things on your base, you're going to run out. But we want you to be able to have these vehicles and have knowledge that you're not going to be doing endless cargo runs initially to build your foundation, your base. You'll be able to build your base and have storage on that eventually, but these all get you going in the short term.
Das ist also spezialisiert auf Base Building.
The stats. It holds 4 large construction drones. It's
die Seite aktualisieren.
Long, 52 meters wide, 15 tall. I saw lots of rumors and chatters that people thought this was freelancer size. It is not. It is significantly larger than the Constellation and Corsair. It's almost 600i in size, so it is a
600i Größe, okay.
2 S4 guns for the pilots, 16 missiles, remote turrets, and then 128 SU of cargo capacity in the build specifically.
Okay.
But what if you don't want to build stuff? What if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
Starlancer Tactical.
So, like I say, this is designed to be a bit more aggression into the verse. So I think the first thing you're going to notice is the kind of the dual man size 5 turrets. Now these give much better kind of broadside coverage from any of the other variants.
Aber nach unten hingerichtet, ne?
And then on top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically designed to fit a Mirai Fury inside. And I'm
Fury hangar.
Plenty of other ships tried to be fitted inside.
Successfully
yeah,
not.
we'll see. And I think John's going to run you through the interior now.
So yeah, let's have a look over the tack from outside to in. So this is the tack in its default.
Also Ballerschiffe von Mist.
Then internally, obviously Ben talked about the size 5 turrets. Then we
Bin ich gehypt?
drop seats behind, and these are on a deployable.
Nein,
So you can
nicht unbedingt.
drop out, down. If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get in.
Da unten sind Jumpsuits drin.
Facility directly behind there with 2 Tier 3 medical beds.
Tier 3 Medbeds ist drin, aha.
Upstairs, obviously, there's the Fury
Könnte ein Corsair-Ersatz werden, ne?
engineering. And then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and mess hall area, which is specific to the TAC. Just because there's so much other stuff crammed in there, we had to redo the upstairs of it, basically, to fit that in. And we'll go over the more normal layout shortly.
Ist auch eine Crafting-Area drin.
Okay, so yeah, to sum up, I think
Da haben sie die Corsair.
going to bring a lot more firepower from the other variants. Its shield's been boosted up to two size.
Zweimal S5 Man-Turrets.
The med bay with the tier 3 med beds, drop seats, it's got the hangar, and it's still able to carry up to 96 SCU of cargo. And you can secure yours today by going to play.se/Starlance attack.
Oha. Starlancer Cargo, ja? ATLS. Mhm. Oh, der Cargo-Raum ist hochgefahren, habt ihr gesehen? Lewski. Die teasen uns aber echt ganz schön jetzt gerade ein hier. Ja, so ein Daily Driver Schiff wieder, so eine Mini-Carrack irgendwie, habe ich das Gefühl. Play SC Starlancer.
Okay, so I think you kind of hopefully agree that was a pretty great kind of trailer for the Starlancer Max. And as you can kind of see, we're just putting the finishing touches on that now. So yeah, we're just getting it all done, all ready for its launch at IAE. We will take
So, also ist da.
a look at it now. I think the Starlancer kind of really fully encapsulates Misk's kind of ability to create beautiful ships. It's got this bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying structure and its underlying strength.
Und da sind wir wieder im Dschungelbiom, nee, oder?
When the engineers were trying to kind of put this together, they were thinking about what's useful, what's great, and one of the things that we thought about was this deployable cargo grid that just brings the cargo down to the ground, makes it much easier for loading and unloading.
Mhm.
And they also wanted to put the crew, they wanted to put what was important for them. So they've added a lot of windows out so the crew can see out into the verse, and it's one of the things that we know people like, is being able to have these kind of little windows out into space.
Mhm, klar.
And then
Fenster sind immer wichtig.
station area, we've got these big skylights, and they just allow kind of like more natural light to cast down into the cruise area. For a bit more protection, you've got 8 size 3 missiles up front, and then a further 8 on top.
Sehr cool, wie die Raketen da rauskommen.
These are backed up by a set of size 4 remote turrets, both front and rear, that give good topside coverage.
Ich habe die Seite schon mal offen.
Finally, when we get to the front, you'll see we have a further set of size 4 gimbal weapons. And again, these just kind of help to fill in those blind spots. I think as a whole, the engineers or MISC have done an exceptional job.
Ich sehe noch keine Preise.
Fully encapsulates the functionality needed while still ensuring that the crew's kind of well-being and livelihood is protected. It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky, and I think it really shows off MISC's ability to deliver kind of quite beautiful ships.
Ach, ab 20. Oktober. Pre-Order. This missile is being offered as a pre-order pledge starting on October 20.
404 moment happening here.
It becomes flyable next month. Bei November 22 wird das schon flyable sein?
So, love it or hate it, we love it. The MISC traditional letterbox view is back. At the front of the ship, you have the pilot, co-pilot seat with 2 support stations at the rear. These are the ones that control the remote turrets by default. Then behind that, we have the escape pod room. 4 escape pods, 4 crew. And then behind that, we have the traversal. It's sort of a traversal room. It has a lift, goes between the 2 floors of this ship and goes to the exterior of the ship. And then a ladder for emergency backup. Behind that is the mess hall area. So nice shared communal space for you to relax with your crew. And then we move into the 4 individual crew rooms, each with double beds, so very luxurious for a spaceship.
Ja, tatsächlich, jedes Crewmitglied hat seinen eigenen Raum.
In this section we have a further 2 lifts. These are just internal to go between the 2 decks of the ship. Then at the rear we have the main engineering. So there are some components dotted around throughout the rest of the ship, but the bulk of your components and the engineering terminal are here at the rear of the ship. So
Engineering room.
Let's go downstairs a little bit. We have the main vehicle entrance and cargo entrance for the rear section. This can be used as a garage, but it is also a cargo hold. Can fit vehicles up to a Ursa rover in size in here.
Also bis zum Ursa Rover passt alles rein von der Größe her.
We have, as you saw in the trailer, it's sort of one cargo lift that drops down, but it retains a walkway throughout the center of the ship. So regardless of whether your cargo is up, down, being loaded, you still have traversal front to back of the ship.
Okay, also da ist eigentlich der Main Cargo Raum, wo es hoch und runter gefahren werden kann.
Downstairs of the traversal room, which also features the airlock onto the ship. And then lastly, we have the armory at the front of the ship. So if you're coming on board, leaving via EVA, leaving via that front entrance to the ground, you can stop off here, suit up, get your weapons.
Okay.
Reverse coming back. And that is the Starlancer Max.
Das war so die Starlancer, die Max ist gar nicht so verkehrt, ehrlich gesagt, ne? Also wenn der Freelancer Max hat, kann da super drauf upgraden. Ich würde ja schon fast sagen, Corsair kann man auch upgraden.
24 SU of cargo.
Und sie sagen, die wird flight ready sein November 22. November 2024.
VTOL thrusters for all that extra mass that it's hauling. And it is available to pre-order now and will be flyable this IE at play.se Starlancer Max. And if you pre-order now before IE, you will get this exclusive sapphire paint, which is in the Citizen colors and looks super cool in my opinion.
So, schauen wir mal rein.
So,
nebenbei mal.
Small drones, medium drones.
Pre-order now.
What about bigger things?
Bigger things. Okay, jetzt kommt's.
So.
Ich sehe keinen Preis, Leute.
That's what that is.
Ah, hier. 249. Ist eigentlich gar nicht so verkehrt, der Preis.
I talked to you all quite some time ago about this in Germany.
Das Twin Pack.
And this is obviously the original concept for the Pioneer. Now, some time has passed, and whilst the core concepts of base building
geiler Paint.
the same at a high level, how you
So,
physically
was haben wir hier?
your bases has changed.
Pioneer.
So, back then, you were building everything on board the ship here. You would fly your Pioneer. This is the area I want to build in. I'm going to build my base on board the ship, and I'm going to drop it down. You've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now. This doesn't work anymore. So we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
Reconcepting, aha.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of solve was the arm. We know a lot more about how we're going to be constructing these structures now, and kind of the arm didn't really make a lot of sense anymore. All it really did was it made the space you need to land the ship almost twice as big as what it's kind of needed. And
neues Konzept.
Real spaceship engineers, we don't make real spaceships, but what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real life manufacturing as we possibly can, and I think that's really it's really key to what I think Star Citizen is as a whole across like all the different departments, in that we're trying to make a believable universe. And if you think about the arm, and whilst I can't deny it's a cool idea, I think really from a manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs onto what is already a very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we wanted to look at was kind of have a little bit of a shift around of kind of like the egress points on the ship. The cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that. We wanted to make sure that the landing pad made sense and had space to kind of come into the ship. And then we also needed a way of getting things out of the ship that we will be crafting. On top of that, we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics, I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We
Sehr geschrumpft, die Pioneer, ne?
Be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction ventures. And to do that, we needed to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So, a med bay, like I say, the crafting area.
Ich stimme euch den Link in den Chat.
And extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior of the Pioneer. So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship. And then top and bottom of that in this image, rooms. And then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets that remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SCU of cargo now in that space.
1,000 SCU cargo, okay.
Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be controlling fabricating larger vehicles and ships, as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill, so we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then
Kleine Schiffe kann man auch drin bauen.
Landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship, all those things. Engineering at the rear, this is now capital components all the way around. It was a weird mix of size 3s before, it's now just all capital everything. Then we have the habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones in the drone room.
Extra large drones.
But we don't just have some pictures like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the content of the interior.
White box.
Out on the interior bridge. It's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it.
Also die Pioneer, die muss jetzt abgehen, ey.
Nice views out over the front of the ship.
Verkauf.
And right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship, as well as the kind of additional remote turret access consoles. And then at the rear, we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles. And kind of flanking either side, we've got these 2 corridors, and they lead out to the manned turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. and they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew.
Das ist das erste Mal, dass wir was vom Interior sehen, ne? Von der Pioneer.
Like I say, we want this to kind of be a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area.
Über mehrere Ebenen hinweg.
They get their own individual crew pod, and one of the nice things about this is these actually open up, and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much privacy they actually want.
Aha.
This is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting machines. And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so pretty sizable. To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo lift at the back. That again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle.
Mhm.
Down at the front, we have the drone room. Now these will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft.
Aber die Drohnen sind noch nicht fertig.
Largest structures in game.
Jetzt brauche ich doch eine Pioneer, verdammt.
And they're all controlled by the construction console in this area.
Oh Mann.
And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the crafting area on the ship. So you can see here we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside.
Mhm. The crafting area.
We just finished making a storm, and as we see, there's a ramp that leads out, so you can drive any ground vehicle straight out the front. Between all the landing gear, and you get this really nice kind of like sense of scale as you're driving underneath out the front of the ship. And we've also got the top exit for any flight vehicles. And then finally, we have the landing pad, and this just allows us for any ships that land up on deck, we can just bring them down into the belly of the ship.
Ah, das war cool. Man kann die Schiffe auch runterfahren. Ja, mega geil.
So, that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years. Holds 4 extra large drones. And if you're interested in finding out what extra large drones can build, I highly recommend sticking around for the next presentation.
Okay.
It's about 20% bigger. I know the jokes, we always make ships bigger, but to fit all that in, it needed it. It can craft small ships and vehicles. And one thing we didn't show in that video is the landing gear actually have integrated ground resource extractors in. So when you find your plot, you land your ship and you can start extracting the resources from it.
Wie geil ist das denn? Man kann mit dem Schiff jetzt auch noch Resources extracten? Alter, ich brauche eine Pioneer. Wer schenkt mir eine Pioneer? Man kann also mit dem Landing Gear abbauen. Alter.
Now the bad news. When base building comes out, this will not be their day 1 of it. But we are starting this in the next week or 2. So.
Oh, die fangen also nächste Woche damit an, mit der Produktion von der Pioneer. Yes.
So.
Was jetzt? Orion? Nein. Aha.
We'll do the classic one last thing. CitizenCon is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping and look at the now and a bit before.
Da ist sie.
Sorry, this is Ben.
Yes.
Last year's teaser.
We tease these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now, these were vehicles that we were planning on working on this year, and we've not quite delivered all of them yet this year. But we did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the F1, the Medvac, the Argo and PUV 1T, the RSI Zeus, and the rework on the Retaliator. Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
So,
Polaris,
one of these
Crusader
will
Intrepid.
be released before the end of the year. So the Legionnaire is the one that's going to miss out.
Was?
And that's because we want to align it with hacking gameplay. But the rest will be here before the end of the year. So, Crusader Intrepid, Mirai Guardian, and the Polaris.
Mirai Guardian. Aha, und Polaris kommen dieses Jahr noch und die Intrepid.
We have a few patches between where I am today standing on stage and the end of the year. But let's start with some things that you're going to see at IAE.
Das hier mal auf der IAE, okay. Medical Assistant. Ah. Na, was haben wir da? Bisschen Terrapin-mäßig. Ah, okay. Das sieht nach Crusader aus. Crusader Medical Schiff, ha? Huh? Oh, schick. Definitiv Crusader. Intrepid. Was kann die? Living Room. Polaris. Ja, die CCU-Chain muss noch fertig werden. Aber die kommt dieses Jahr IAE raus. Begehbar und fliegbar. Flugfertig. Mega cool. Main Lift. Oh ja, schönes Hangardeck. Oh, sehr schön. Die gekühlten Reaktoren. Cargo-Deck. Ne, Torpedo-Deck, ne? Ja, ja. Oh ja, das sieht richtig gut aus. Musik ist wieder episch geil. Ja, das sieht das gut aus. Ja, jetzt müssen wir noch den Mirai zeigen. Den Fighter.
Okay, so on top of those ships we've talked about, we also worked on.
Aber werden sie wahrscheinlich nicht.
So we're just going to quickly go through them before we get on to what we're doing next. So we delivered the Sulen, Storm, the Cutter, Rambler, the F7A and F7C Mark IIs. So I always get tongue twisted with these. And the F7A Mark Is.
Then we also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird, the Peregrine, and then most recently the Argo Atlas.
Er ist auch selber Atlas. Also, will ich niemand mehr hören, der das sagt, dass man das nicht sagen kann. Oh, was kommt die nächsten 12 Monate?
Teasing a little bit more, so let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the tools that we're working on in the next one.
Ey, da kommt wieder so viel. Na gut, den haben wir ja gerade gesehen. Oh, das sieht aus wie ein Kettenfahrzeug, oder? Aha. Noch eine Hornet. Ah, die noch überarbeiteten MK2 von der Tracker, von der... Oh, was ist das? Das sieht aus wie Salvage. Das ist dieses Mirai-Ding. Der Mirai Heavy Fighter. Eine neue Prospector. Ganz flach. Was ist das denn? Was könnte das sein? Interessant. Oh? Sieht aus wie ein Scanning-Schiff, hm? Was haben wir hier? Oh, sieht aus, als könnte ich Flügel ausklappen. Sieht aus wie ein X-Wing. Gut, die haben wir ja jetzt schon gerade gesehen. Aha! Da weiß jeder sofort, was es ist. Sehr gut. Die Crucible. Quatsch, Crucible? War das Crucible? Ja, das haben wir gerade auch gesehen. Das ist nämlich die Pioneer. Hoho. War das? Die Polaris war das gerade, genau. So, ich kam jetzt gerade nicht drauf. Die Polaris wollen sie also auch noch fertig kriegen.
Thank you to all of you and a big thank
in den nächsten 12 Monaten. Polaris.
Around the globe. They give us
war das andere etwa eine Ironclad?
Stand on stage and talk to you guys about. Some of them are probably hiding at the back. But I just want to say a big thank you to you all, especially for all the hard work on these recent ships.
Yeah.
Sehr cool.
Massive, massive thank you to everyone involved in putting these vehicles together.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh Mann.
That was awesome, you guys. I swear some of those silhouettes looked a little familiar.
Tatsächlich, das war das Panel.
Vehicle team. Let's hear it for the vehicle team, everybody. Woo! Call and response. We'll work on it for next year. Speaking of awesome ships, we are here at the Planet Ring booth here on the show floor at CitizenCon. These guys have
Schiffe werden jetzt immer schneller fertig.
that are in prototype right now. We're going to check them out right now. Let's check out some of these awesome prototype models we have right here. Let's check those out. We're going to give our cameraman just a quick moment to check them out. I am here with Ray of Planet Ring. We're going to be asking him a couple questions about these prototypes in just a second, but I want to make sure that the camera has time to check out the details on these awesome models that we're hoping to get out in the near future. Oh, look at that. That is some sexy detail work. All right, so Ray, what inspired you to make models of Star Citizen ships?
Well, actually, we have been Star Citizen bankers for many years. Myself, I joined the wars in 2015.
Das sind Model Kits, oder?
Joined it in 2014, which is 10 years ago. It's a long way for us. And we've been specialized in sci-fi models. We have been collaborating with other famous IPs like the films, especially the sci-fi films and animations and games. So we are excited to be here as a partner of CIG to bring the citizens in the world with a beautiful ship in affordable price. Yeah.
Amazing. So how long does each model take for you guys to make?
Well, we've been working for several months for now, but our prototype now is still an early stage of what we are going to do in the future. So it's roughly like 5-6 months for now. That's what we have been building for everything you see here in this booth.
Yeah, and they are amazing. So I have to ask, which model is the hardest to make, but also which one's your favorite?
Yeah, it's a good question, but I would say the star station ships are very
Gut, wir schauen uns einmal
so
die Seite an.
one of them are very hard to make actually, but my personal favorite should be the F8. You can see
So.
it has a very beautiful panel.
Während er weiterredet, gucken wir uns einmal an, was denn die Starlancer Max so kann oder die Starlancer
Also, I want
Tech.
to make sure that everyone knows that our prototypes
So, wir haben sie also hier.
final products
Es gab doch eigentlich 3 Varianten, ne? Aber man kann gerade nur 2 kaufen. Mit Starlancer Tech 1.0. 1.0? Aha.
paint yourself.
So, die Tactical ist klar zum Kämpfen da.
Easy for everyone to build.
Was auch sonst.
And the finished version, we have it printed for you. We have it assembled for you.
Mit einer super Bewaffnung und dem Mirai-Hangar.
And some electronic. It's amazing.
Die Frage ist sie jetzt mit dabei?
Amazing. And so we're actually going to show these really
So, second sheet generator and 2 manually operated size 5 dual mounters. Okay.
quick detail on this. Thank you again, Planet Ring. We're really happy to have you guys here. Let's throw it.
Remote operated missile
Thank
turrets.
you, Ray, again.
Also Remote Missile Turrets auch noch? Aha, okay. Remote size
Back at the
4
booths, and I'm over
Dual
here
Mount
with Ultima.
Turrets.
Could you give us a brief intro for the guys watching at home?
Nochmal.
What you guys do?
Remote, alles Remote.
From Ultima Energy, we're the
Manual, achso, das waren die zur Seite weg. 2 Stück
here in
gibt's
the
davon.
We do a lot of Starfare
Size
operations.
4 Dual Link.
Find us on our website at ultima.energy.
Bespoke Quad Rack Launcher with 4x Size 3 Missiles. Okay.
Thanks so much, guys. Let's move right on over to.
Ja, die Jump Seats.
So, Jared talked a little bit about you guys earlier today. So, how have you found the convention so far? What's been your favorite
Das ist zum
bit?
Ausrüsten hier, oder?
It's been amazing.
Oder nee, das Medbed?
42 looked so good. I mean, I'm an Idris owner myself, so I'm super hyped to seeing Squadron 42 in 2026. Just the love from the community has been amazing. It's been so much fun here.
Thank you so much for being here. And if you guys haven't already, do come check out their booth because it is really amazing.
Sieht richtig gut aus.
And I am
So, wir haben ja noch die Paints, Factory Standard. Ist gar nicht so verkehrt, der Factory Standard.
with our
Mojave. Aha.
Avantgarde. Would you mind introducing yourselves and what you guys
Aber mehr gibt's nicht?
Absolutely.
Interessant.
We are a PMC organization.
2 Size 4 Twin Linked Weapons. Okay, das ist das. 7 Crewmember braucht man dafür.
The rare guns, rare armors, and everything.
2 Size 3 Shields.
At least 100 members, but because
Und das sind die Preise.
value people.
Hier mit dem Paint dazu für die Starlancer Tech.
This organization, I don't consider
Die
myself.
Starlancer Tech ist bei 326 €.
Maybe I will never
Ja.
see the fruits, but I want to create a legacy.
Muss man sagen, schon ordentlich, ordentlicher Preis.
But especially we.
Beide kriegst du zusammen für 547,42 €.
Amazing. Thank you so
Und dazu noch das 4 Paint Pack. Allerdings ist in dem 4 Paint Pack nicht der von der CitizenCon dabei. Das ist der hier. Moment.
much. In crime, Dan.
Der Sapphire Paint. Extra kostet der 12 €. Und dann gibt es halt natürlich noch die Paint Packs. Die kann man auch noch holen. Das 4 Paint Pack kostet dann 26 €.
Look at that awesome ship model they have here. It's even better than the
Ah,
one
was
they
hat er hier?
in LA last year. Guys, quick elevator pitch. What do you guys here at for Imperium have here?
Ach, der hat auch eine Retribution hinten, ne?
At CitizenCon this year, we brought another one of our 1 to 500 scale
Nee.
Bengals. This one is
Ein
actually
Bengal.
Imperium colors. It's the ISS Sovereign, which was picked as the name for our flagship by our members. And then also over here we have 1 to 2,500 scale Bengal Krugeri Battle Group that was made by one of our members that we're going to be donating to Cloud Imperium and to Chris Roberts.
Ah, das geben die an Cloud Imperium weiter, okay.
Here. We're really happy to have you as always.
War bestimmt einiges an Zeit da drin.
Okay, stuff here at CitizenCon.
Ja, so viel zu der Starlancer.
So much, and we're gonna move right along.
Und die Starlancer Max ist eigentlich eher interessant für Leute, die keine Carrack haben, würde ich fast sagen.
You guys are interested in a private military force with
Wie gesagt, die haben gesagt, die kommt jetzt tatsächlich im November schon raus, flugfertig.
What is Black Star about, and what do you guys have here at CitizenCon for us?
So, Black Star is all about helping other people in the org, getting to PvP battles.
Ist natürlich ein schönes Schiff, ne? Also wer MISC-Schiffe mag,
Over here,
auch mit dem Cockpit zum Beispiel,
booth, we have
da ist das perfekte Schiff dafür.
someone in our community
Ich denke, man kann da gut auch mit kämpfen, auch mit der Max schon.
provide to other leaders within organizations.
Aber das ist jetzt nicht die Build-Variante. Die Build-Variante ist hier nicht mit drin. Also die haben noch nicht die zum Bauen fertig.
No one's better.
Nur für Hauling.
PvP,
Für Hauling haben wir eine C2. Die hat Wir haben mehr Cargo Capacity. 224 SCU. Jetzt muss ich mal eben kurz vergleichen. Moment.
Get trained, combat ready, so you know how to defend yourself.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Black Star. We are
So,
always
ich mal
happy to have
gucken.
you. We're going to move right along to one more final community booth. This is our last one of the show. We have here, guys, CitizenCon is
Haben wir noch?
a crazy show with lots of cuts, lots of cameras, and no one knows that better than HubNet. HubNet is an awesome news roleplay group, but I think you guys can say
Also,
tell us all.
die Roleplay Group.
All right, so HubNet is our attempt at making content for the citizens.
Da gucke ich mal eben her.
954, so not for you players, but for the players' characters.
Nach dem anderen, den Argo
A full feature-length movie,
CSVSM. So.
animated series like Jack of Spades, and our news report, Hubwire,
Work smarter. Komm schon.
is meant to
Öffnen.
report on events that are going on in the verse.
So, da haben wir das Teil. Bin gespannt. Wer will Wetten abgeben, was es kostet?
If you're looking to create a project or get involved
So.
in a project, you can
Immer noch den SM, den für die, der nur den zum ja, rumfahren mit Ware.
we're effectively Netflix.
Der Argo Astronautics CSV
Thank you guys at HubNet. Guys,
SM.
this is
So.
it for me and Sam here.
Worksite here. Also mit den Drohnen, die sind noch nicht draußen.
And Sam, do you have any final words?
Yep. No, just amazing.
Flatbed Storage.
Everything in this community booth, all of the developers that have worked so hard to
Also
make
passt in den
CitizenCon happen.
Cutlass rein.
They're amazing. So hope you have an amazing rest of your CitizenCon.
From Dan and Sam here on the show floor, thank you guys, and it's back to you, Jared, on the stage.
Wäre ein gutes LTI-Token, denke ich mal.
Okay.
Ja, 5,44 Meter. Work smarter. Auch 3 Farben dafür. Es könnte, ich glaube, ich werde meinen kleinen Esel, meine Mule, upgraden vielleicht von dem Ding.
We're doing a lot of things here.
44. Ja, wir gehen. Oh, guck mal hier mit Warbond, Argo Pack Plus,
All the developers
Granite Paint.
to build their presentations and show
Da kriegst du
their amazing work.
eine Raft und eine CSM mit LTI. Mit LTI. Oh, ist doch super. Hast du 2 Schiffe für 160. Geht doch. Ja, das kann man machen. Eine Raft. Ansonsten genauso teuer wie der ATLS. Ja, aber auch wieder mit mehreren Paints. Repaint Pack weiß und gelb. Und so ein schickes Schwarz, wenn du im Chairman's Club bist. Wenn jemand den Paint haben will, einfach Bescheid sagen. Kann ich kaufen für dich. Gibst mir das Geld, ich gebe dir den Paint.
I'm on stage right now and you're a captive audience.
Ja, muss ich mal gucken.
I want to call out Nick Pierce. Nick Pierce
Es geht gleich weiter.
Characters and Creatures.
Kannst du ja mal schauen. Im Pledge Store.
Years ago, we lost our
Shop Explore.
the trip. Nick stepped in with only 10 days.
Und geht das nicht?
That amazing armor specialization presentation that you saw. So Nick, you're a champion. Thank you so much.
Warum scrollt er? Ach, hier dieses blöde. Ja, ist ja gut. So, Shop. Pledge Store. Da kommen wir mal rein.
Benoit and Ian. Benoit and Ian took the
Und
reins,
wir wollen
delivered multiple presentations.
mein Lieblingsspiel spielen, nämlich CCU-Game, Ship Upgrades.
This presentation, you're going to see Ian in this one here. Like this.
Gucken wir hier die Mule.
The scenes getting all of these presentations.
Die ist schon bei 45, also kann man nicht upgraden, haben sie geschickt gemacht.
Here. Benoit and Ian.
Äh,
This is just for me. Thank you so much.
Argo.
Ian.
CSVM. Oh doch, geht es?
All right, you can clap. That's fine.
Ja, geht das nicht von der Mule aus, das geht nicht.
You
Ganz
might have
knicken.
noticed we went on ISC hiatus a couple weeks ago. We went on a hiatus
Schade.
normal because we took the ISC gameplay capture team and we dedicated them to the work of CitizenCon for the last almost 6 weeks.
So, dann gucken wir mal eben nach
Devs spend their
Star.
time creating their footage for you.
Starlancer Max und die Tech gibt's gar nicht im Warbond.
But the amount of work it takes
Nur die Mac.
takes them away.
Die gibt's als Warbond Edition.
So our ISC
Ah, da stimmt doch was nicht.
really stepped up this year for the first time
Von der Terrapin aus.
and helped folks
Kriegst du für 5 Euro.
those amazing looks at Nyx, those amazing looks
Oder
at
Flat Ready Defender zum Beispiel. Ist ja alles Flat Ready.
call out Will, Dave.
Constellation Taurus, wenn du eine Taurus hast, upgraden für 27 Euro. Kein Problem, das geht ja.
So much, guys.
Das wäre jetzt gar kein Problem. sich die dann zu upgraden. Also von der Taurus auf das Ding machst du definitiv nichts falsch, glaube ich. So, mal gucken. Wir gehen jetzt hier nochmal auf Chips. Das Ding gibt es gerade umsonst, wenn du einen Referral-Bonus nutzt. So. C2, C2. Max Crew 2, guck mal hier, ne? Brauchst halt weniger. Und wir gucken nochmal eben nach Cargo 672, ja, also bist du definitiv besser mit dran. Also ich werde da jetzt keine Starlancer für brauchen. Für so kleine Sachen. Aber die zum Bauen wird sicherlich nochmal teurer sein als die Max, aber man könnte sie sich als Grundmodell holen. Und dann hinterher die mit den Drohnen upgraden. Jetzt gucken wir nochmal hier zurück. Starlancer hat ja 198, was war's? 224, okay. So, und wir machen jetzt hier nochmal eins, die, was hatte ich gesagt? Taurus. Constellation Taurus. Killer Taurus, so da haben wir die Taurus. Cargo 168, also es würde definitiv Sinn machen, von der Taurus auf die Starlancer zu upgraden, wenn man das MISC-Design mag. Und dann für 27 € glatt fast 100 SCU mehr zu haben und ein bisschen mehr Feuerpower, denke ich mal. Na gut, 168 gegenüber 224. Ja. Was haben wir da? 80. 68, warte mal, 40. Knapp 60 SCU mehr. 60 SCU mehr, aber wesentlich mehr Feuerpower. Auch 4 Crewmember. Und hier waren wir bei Crewmembers. So, gehen wir mal zurück. Auch 4, also man würde nichts anders machen, sag ich mal so. So.
Thank you for saying yes to so many things I want to do, and for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So thank you so much. I do operate a lot on a let's just do it and see if I get in trouble afterwards thing. So is that Chris there? Are you ready? All right. So with that, yes, he's angry now. All right. So without further ado, let's get to our final presentation of the night. The Star is My Destination. Introduced to you by the one and only Chris Roberts.
So, The Star is My Destination von Chris Roberts. Bin gespannt, was jetzt noch rauskommt. Star Citizen 1.0.
Hey, well, I hope you had a great day yesterday. And by the way, there's a perfect run through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office.
Das haben wir heute schon gehört.
No crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube. And by the way, that's a dedication of Rich. He's like, okay, I'm going to get it done properly, and he did it. And it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing, because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday. So anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building and the crafting.
Ich bin sehr gehypt auf das Base Building tatsächlich.
The ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources. It totally changes the dynamic of what the game will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly excited, because I think it will just add so much to a living, breathing universe. But that is a perfect example of Star Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have...
Ja, die Starlancer kriegt noch vor der charakterzeitliche Laderampe, ja.
...that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech As you can see, we're constantly upgrading what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. Same for. I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things. But the big question really is, at what point would we at CIG, what point would I, what point would the rest of the team consider Star Citizen ready for everybody? Not just you guys out here who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve. And we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question
Also besseres Tutorial?
is that, and that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go wide. Everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time.
Also Star Citizen 1.0 heißt, dass es soweit ist, dass man es der breiten Öffentlichkeit zur Verfügung stellen kann.
That doesn't mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list. But I'm pretty sure...
Oh, noch kein Phishing, okay.
Pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is. And, to do
Aber endlich mal so ein Statement zu sagen, ab dem Punkt bringen wir das Spiel raus und arbeiten aber dann weiter an den Verbesserungen. Aber die wollen dann auch eben von diesem Status weg. Wir sind eine ständige Alpha. So, da ist er. Da ist er wieder, der Rich.
Don't crash.
Yeah. Hello, Citizen.
Don't crash.
So, my name is Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen?
Was ist Star Citizen für ein Spiel, ja?
We're going to find out.
Oh, heute werden wir es rausfinden.
Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game.
Okay, 1.0 is full release.
Okay, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs.
Minimal bugs.
No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience.
Okay.
It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and endgame content.
Story Missions, geil.
It means no more resets between patches.
Keine Resets mehr. Heißt 1.0. Aber gut, das habe ich mir ja schon gedacht. Dass wenn das Spiel rauskommt, keine Resets mehr kommen.
Persistent universe. So if that's the one, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each pass, each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later.
Okay.
1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so
Dann, wenn die 100-Sterne-Systeme alle dazukommen, ja.
Before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning.
Kickstarter campaign, okay.
Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals.
Ja.
And one of those goals was 100 star systems.
Gut, dass Sie drauf zu sprechen kommen. Auf die Stretch Goals damals, die müssen Sie irgendwie einhalten, also das kann ja nicht sein.
And there is a but. The star systems of old are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went.
Automatische, ja.
Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest. And that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the Starchitect tool you saw yesterday.
Ja. Das wird nochmal mehr nur in einem System als das, was Sie damals versprochen haben mit den 100-Sternen-Systemen. Okay, also werden jetzt doch keine 100-Stern-Systeme kommen. Das ist jetzt die Entschuldigung dafür.
Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is, let's get into the cool stuff. Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you.
Genau.
So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story.
Ah, das kommt eine Questreihe dazu, eine Main Story. Ich find's gut. Ich find's richtig gut. Spiel die Story durch und danach kannst du alles machen, was du willst. Ich finde es klasse, so habe ich mir das gewünscht, ehrlicherweise.
To help discover all the exciting features and content we have. To take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them.
Das ist sehr cool.
This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer.
Aha, das sind also die Gilden, die wir gestern gesehen haben.
Resource workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging.
Ja, okay.
They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships,
Schiffe kaufen.
and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer.
Sehr cool.
Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage.
Jetzt kommt David Haddock noch dazu. Also nochmal, so jede Gilde hat verschiedene Sektoren, so wie wir in unserer Orga eben auch, wo du, wenn du für diese Gilde arbeitest, Punkte für diese Gilde sammelst, die du dann wieder einlösen kannst für Blueprints zum Beispiel, vielleicht auch Gebäude hinterher.
1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game.
Da steht viel dahinter.
To do that in several of ways. Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that? First, it's a narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing...
Das braucht Star Citizen aber auch, so eine Storyline. Geh nach Hurston, mach das.
Ja.
NPC-driven, ja, bitte.
So, while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU.
Sehr gut.
And the main story is also
At your pace.
sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it.
Ich freue mich jetzt schon drauf, quasi die Quest zu spielen.
Go off and do your thing. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered.
Also man
That you can
so nebenbei die Quest machen. Man ist nicht daran festgebunden, sondern man kann das machen und dann, wenn man gerade mal salvagen, weiter salvagen will, kann man das auch machen.
Motivation to want to go on this ride. Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years. The gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot, but we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story.
Citizenship.
Citizenship.
Das ist also der Preis, den man bekommt, wenn man die Story abgeschlossen hat. Eine Citizenship, keine Ahnung.
So, for many of you already know this, but for the
Bürgerschaft.
initiated in the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians.
Ah.
Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have. Now, what those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE, enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on.
Also Citizens können Landclaims kaufen und
Adventure going to take you.
die anderen eben mit limitierten Auflagen.
Include 5 star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them, but where exactly are you going to go? First, we've got Stanton, which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're all very intimately familiar with these 4 corporate-run worlds. But since I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding.
Ja, unser Lore-Mann hier, der kann natürlich durchgehen. Pyro.
Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant struggle between the gangs and survivors trying to hack out an existence here.
Also auch eine
Saw
Startsystem.
Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he introduced Nick's system.
Nix hat halt nur 3 Planeten, ne?
That's currently home to the People's Alliance, a wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence, and a new threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids.
Stimmt, das Evento sind da.
Another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra.
Und da haben wir
Situated along the former Perry line, this was a key strategic system to
auch nur 2 Planeten in Castra. Deswegen werden die wahrscheinlich machen.
ever escalated. So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5?
Ja, zeig uns, was ist der 5. Startpunkt? Terra. Okay. Reveal of Terra. Ja, sehr gut. Der Terra Jump Point.
We're finally doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting 5.
Okay.
Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend.
Also von diesen 5 Systemen können wir ausgehen, wenn 1.0 fertig ist.
We're also going to be adding location stories. Now these will
Location stories.
be driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in.
Ah, die sind dann an die Location gebunden und man lernt da ein bisschen mehr über die Location bei diesen Stories.
First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out 2 things. One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production.
Allein das gibt da schon Gameplay für mehrere Jahre.
Looking to move missions away from the Moby Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help sell their personality. Now, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So, let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician, you'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading. Some of the factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there, the Imperial Sports Federation. So aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, Cargo Olympians, and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here.
Exploring, sehr gut. Ja, was gibt's da?
We have the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon.
Ja, wir müssen, glaube ich, unsere Divisions noch mal ein bisschen anpassen in der Orga.
Offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game, from population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research. Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy. On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel. Mercenary guilds got you covered.
Combat Pilots, also die...
Flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs.
Eine Criminal Guild, also the Council.
Mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough and tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld
Pirate
is a dangerous place
shipjacker.
run by greed and power. So mercenary guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor. So as you can see, it's a universe of exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing, we're also going to revitalize our social behaviors to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see the people of Loreville slowly trudging through the streets, overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make.
Sehr, sehr cool, die ganzen Dinger. Man muss sich wirklich überlegen, für welche Gilde man was machen will.
Characters and experiences for you to live in. To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyrer.
Also Lore ist richtig cool, also das ist wieder eigentlich gut durchdacht, hoffe ich. Ich habe jetzt keine Logikfehler drin gesehen. Ah.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, so we have a main story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions. And we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy.
Economy, alles klar.
As we discussed before, we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity.
Oh, sehr gut.
But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in. This means transactions such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation. And this is where taxes and insurance come in. Boo!
Inherited tax, oh, scheiße, ja.
We'll have two main taxes. Inheritance tax, as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech.
Okay, klar.
Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed.
Okay. 90%, ja, gut, aber warum? Man muss ja auch claimen, weil die auf einem anderen Planeten sind und so, ne?
Ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in.
Ja, jetzt bin ich gespannt.
First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance.
Aha.
Level 1 being chassis insurance.
Okay.
Level 2, chassis and component insurance. And level 3, chassis, component and decorations insurance.
Oh, okay. Was deckt LTI ab?
Now, insurance by itself...
Ich habe die Frage gehört. What's LTI?
Based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance... I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
Okay, also alles, was du im Shop kaufst mit LTI, das kommt mit permanent allen so, wie du es ausgeliefert hast. Also es bleibt immer so, kriegst du immer so wieder zurück, wie du es gekauft hast.
This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely. Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers.
Oh.
This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car.
Sehr gespannt.
You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home.
Okay. Also so ein Shuttle, das dich zu deinem Schiff bringt, was dann automatisch, wenn du in deinem Schiff bist, wieder zurückfliegt.
If the ship has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back. And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others.
Ja klar, Claim Times ist immer so die Frage.
Always being readily available.
Aha, okay, Starter und
Capital-sized ships
will
take
take
a long time.
Schon klar.
So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible.
Wenn es zerstört wurde, muss er claimen.
We talked about our two core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player?
Bin gespannt.
Firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. What are they? Let me show you.
Cyclical game loops.
Live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity. But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in.
Genau, so.
Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships.
Es sieht
Give you
gut
a
aus,
moment
ne?
to take that in, because there's a lot.
Ja, Defender, Matchman.
Them to take the variants out, because it didn't fit on this slide.
Ja, die Varianten mussten raus, hätten ja uns leid
Let's
gepasst,
zoom
ja
all the
klar.
way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one.
Ja,
Firstly,
wie kann ich mir eine Hornet
buy
craften?
it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits,
Die Prospector kriegt nochmal einen Rework, pass auf.
land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II
Das ist
Hornet.
miteinander verbunden dann, ja.
Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop.
Ja.
No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for blueprints, and ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And this is just one of many loops. This is the core of Star System 1.0.
Das ist cool. Das ist cool. Das gefällt mir.
Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game. That's the journey, though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content. The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged.
Okay,
Basically
also.
everyone in this room.
Eigentlich ja. So.
So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital, support, and fighter ships. You will finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0.
Der Hologlobe ist ein Feature in 1.0, wo man seine Flotte als Admiral steuern kann. Richtig, richtig geil.
We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players. On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the endgame experience, and I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day, as we still have a lot to show. So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content?
Okay. Player versus player content. Bin gespannt.
As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems. 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies. And depending on the location, would dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces. But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen.
Sehr gut.
An insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources.
Oh, sehr gut.
Or if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner.
Aha. Den Todmannschalter kann man dann, wenn man in so einer Pirate-Faction ist, natürlich ausschalten, indem man da genug Reputation hat. Und dann kann man den
If you're in a lawful system,
quasi wieder rausstellen.
to find a transient jump tunnel, as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro. Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources, and is a
high risk, high rewards.
Yeah. The literal definition of high risk, high reward. With crafting now requiring resources, you're going to want to create bases to mine and extract them.
Da wird dann der Kampf um die Ressourcen losgehen.
PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields.
Ground shields muss man selber aufbauen dann.
Planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab.
Also keine Moabs über Player-Bases. Das ist gut. Man braucht aber dann auch Leute, die 24/7 die Base beschützen, weil die jederzeit angegriffen werden kann.
To planetary shields is that these shields can be disabled.
Na.
You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air. If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of Star Citizen. But we want to add more.
Also es kommt noch mehr dazu.
Log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nyx and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology. Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage, but with the competition amongst factions being so intense, SEAL was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, SEAL eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nyx and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems.
Also kein SEAL mehr.
Without SEAL's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to Station Warfare.
Station Warfare.
With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech, which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old SEAL days, the system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue seal tokens over time, with larger structures earning more, and at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase shield protection.
Also
Shield coverage being
man
limited,
kann sich das dann kaufen.
the system automatically selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards.
Alter,
Meaning
der
for
meistbietende kriegt Schilde.
a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection. So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org. And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's Creative Director, to the stage.
Sehr gut. Ja, also das ist ein bisschen kompliziert jetzt alles. Mit dem Shielding in Unlawful Systems, also unbewachte Systeme.
Thank you.
Aber dafür kriegt man ja halt auch den Reward. Da muss man aber auch aktiv sein als Org, damit man darauf überhaupt betten kann.
Thank you, Dave. So, to continue the conversation of large-scale endgame org activities, let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning we saw the small habitat being built by Luke, and then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually we saw a massive example of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about, with org system-wide activities, we want to give you guys the ultimate end goal.
Okay, was ist jetzt die Ultimate End Goal?
The thing we need to protect. And
Was
to
haben
do
wir?
that, let's look up into the sky.
Nein!
See what it is.
Space Stations? Space Stations. Space Stations. Ich sag Space Stations. Das ist eine Ground-Basis und dann darüber deine Space Station. Leck mich am Arsch. Space Station Building. Da muss jetzt der Hype raus. Natürlich geht's hier um Space Stations. Player-owned Station. Boah. Das ist Endgame. Mit einer Polaris dabei. Wie geil ist das denn? Auch wenn die Station jetzt nicht so super geil aussieht gerade, aber es ist eine Player-Owned Station, Leute. Das ist ja geil. Mega! Dann kommt schon das neue Schiff raus. Mit Docking Collars. $890 dabei. Ja, Mann! Player-owned Stations. Will ich haben.
Let me introduce you to player space stations. Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars.
Wie geil.
This will be the starting point for your base of operations, for system-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials. and also will be a large time investment. But how do we start? Well, it all starts with the supply bay.
Supply Bay?
Supply bay can only be constructed by a pioneer.
Also nur die Pioneer kann das bauen. Ich sagte, wir brauchen eine scheiß Pioneer.
Once it's created, the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in grey box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base.
Geil. Zeigen Sie uns, wie wir die bauen. Okay. Und da geht's los, ja? Sind das die Drohnen? Auf den Elevator drauf, genau. Ist schon cool. Oh, mir kriege ich echt Bock drauf jetzt. Oh. Jawohl. Also die Base zu bauen wird bestimmt einen Monat dauern, wenn überhaupt, ey. Sehr, sehr cool.
Awesome. Awesome. So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes resources. And the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if your org is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute.
Yep.
The supply bay has automated construction drones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module. And And out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it.
Das kann die Base.
On the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed.
Further construction, also man baut noch mehr dran.
Monitor the status of the entire station.
Refining station.
We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully.
Also da braucht man ja mal jemanden, der sich um die Base kümmert auch immer.
Enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public. And there'll be a radar station to track the activity outside the base. And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge.
Boah, Alter. Die machen einen aber auch schon echt ganz schön heiß auf sowas jetzt, ne? Und das soll nächstes Jahr alles kommen? Inklusive Base Building? Im Space Base Building? Alter. Dass ich gehypt bin, ist jetzt kein Geheimnis, definitiv. Würde ich nicht essen, hätte ich den Mund nur offen die ganze Zeit, deswegen muss ich essen. Bis zum richtigen Zeitpunkt zurück. Hast du mitbekommen? Wir können auch Space Stations bauen als Player. Da sind wir gerade in einer. Ich werde verrückt. Home Station. Geisteskrank. Das ist natürlich Endgame. Vom Boden aus. Und du brauchst eine Pioneer dazu. Das heißt, wir müssen irgendwie einen Pioneer kriegen. Und wenn wir uns eine craften, ist mir egal. Ich warte eigentlich nur noch darauf, dass der Shop jetzt wieder Pioneers verkauft. Alter. Player Space Stations. David! Hat David eine? Alter Verwalter.
Super awesome. The back of the bridge leads to a centralized transit network. This spine physically connects the entire station and will provide access
Ja, hat alles, ja.
to decks.
Okay.
Each level of the station will have a centralized lobby area, and this is your station. You'll be able to use the decorator mode, so you'll have
Decorator Mode
to theme it however you want.
Alter, du bist den ganzen Tag nur beschäftigt, um mit die Base schön zu
This
machen.
space station will have a one-to-one interior layout matching the exterior. No magic elevators.
Sehr geil. Sehr, sehr geil. Da braucht man gar keine...
Circumnavigate around the entire perimeter, and it's wonderful.
Keine Endeavor mehr, meine ich so. Sehr, sehr cool. Ja, Space Station dekorieren. Ja klar. Mit Pflanzen, mit Bildern, mit Zeug. Home, was? Home Station, also. Observation Deck. Wie cool ist das denn bitte? Der rennt mit dem Paket. Da kann ein ATLS durchlaufen, hast du gesehen? Ach du Scheiße. Ist das cool? Ist das cool, Leute? Und dann kommt die Idris, ja. Leute, das ist unser Ziel. Da wollen wir hin. Wie viele Space Station gibt's denn? Dann ist ein Limit.
Right at the bottom of the central transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck.
Okay.
So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This
Oh, scheiße, Maintenance Gameplay.
heart of your station.
Ich hoffe, man muss nicht zu oft irgendwelche Fuses tauschen.
And as the name implies, this is where you'll gain access to your hangar network. The base station comes with a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from one hangar to the other.
Oh.
Elevators needed. Okay, let's check.
Keine Aufzüge, sondern mit Fahrzeugen hin und her fahren. Aus dem Hangar. Sehr cool. So, da kommt die Star Lancer. Wie heißt der jetzt? Warte, ich hab's gleich. Ah, das ist ja klar. Ah doch, Star Lancer. Ah, Fahrzeughangare. Guck mal da, Fahrzeuge an der Seite. Geil. Hello, die stehen nicht mehr in T-Pose da, sondern die winken so. Das ist natürlich mehr als immersiv. Das ist richtig, richtig cool. Das ist heftig, da hast du recht, das ist richtig, richtig geil. Alter Verwalter.
So your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics.
Enhanced logistics, so freight elevators?
There'll be spaces for several freight elevators.
Fahrzeugaufzüge?
And there'll be empty modules for open ship parking for vehicles and ground vehicles. And there'll be also exit points where you can simply drive out into your station.
Sehr geil.
Then there'll be also an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room. And from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up.
Okay, also schon bevor einer da ist, kann man sagen, okay, der will jetzt Cargo holen, ich hole schon mal das und das hoch.
So far is what comes with your station. Let's talk about what you can do to expand it.
Okay, was kann man also noch machen?
As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build.
Okay, habitation.
In interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station.
Ah, okay, das Interior kann man also...
Require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap.
Okay.
The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content.
Mess hall, infirmary, habitation,
where the theme and function
generator
is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms. And of course, there are shops.
Shops.
Similar to the small shops we built around the ground base, this is on a much bigger scale.
Okay, also die Shops da oben sind dann größer.
That's
aber
the interior.
Ja, scheiße, du kannst auch Exterior noch anbauen, das dachte ich mir schon.
Let's talk about the exterior.
Du hast außen noch Punkte. Ah gut, Waffen, klar. Was haben wir da?
On the exterior, we have minor hard points. These are attachment points located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can customize your station with a variety of modules which tailor it to specific functionality. Some modules cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like shields or turrets.
Schilde, turrets.
Back to bridge operations,
Gas harvester.
power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hardpoints. The core station module comes with 2 hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station.
Aha.
Example.
Sehr geil. Man kann sich seine eigene Space Station jetzt bauen, wie man sie braucht, wie man sie... Ach, ist das... Das ist heftig. Ich will das jetzt haben, Alter. Das ist heftig. Ja, da hast du recht. Das so.
First example is the cargo wing.
First example, cargo wing.
Dramatically increase your inventory capacity.
Ja.
So this is ideal for orgs who are specializing in holding. Then we have the refinery wing.
Refinery wing. Kann man beides bauen? Refinery, also Refinery und Cargo
So
ist
you
für mich muss.
find resources on a vast scale.
Mehr geil, also
As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base.
ja.
Now, a player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing.
Sehr geil, man kann also beide Wings dran bauen.
Finally, we have the hangar wing.
Der Hangar Wing.
All right.
Den braucht man natürlich auch.
So, the bigger your fleet, the more hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars to help organize your fleet's deployment.
Weiter, Verwalter, okay.
All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts. And like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable.
Okay, also man kann auch schön langfahren mit den Autos.
So let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game and see how our base is getting on.
Jetzt zeig mal her, wie das aussieht. Also. Das sind die Schildgeneratoren, denke ich, ne? Ist das krass. Ist es krass. So ein kleines Hangarmodul, hm? Boah, leck mich an der Füße, ey. Das Hangar-Modul, das andere war, glaube ich, Cargo-Modul, oder? 1, 2, aber da passen auch noch 4 dran. Was mit Krankenhaus? Das kann man ja dann innen bauen, ne?
Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion.
Aber was sind diese großen Dinger da?
Similar to
Was ist? Sind das hier auch noch Sachen, wo was dran gebaut werden kann?
Your station, and you'll be able to apply decals for your.
Jawohl, man kann also die ganzen Logos dran bauen und sehr geil. Sehr, sehr. Ach, ich will das jetzt.
Side of minor and major hardpoints, your station will come with 2 unique base expansion points.
Was jetzt?
One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside.
The noch mehr?
Side will be for the crow's nest.
Das Krähennest, okay.
All the other modules built so far have very specific functionality, but I'll admit this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space.
Scheiße, leck mich, was ist das denn jetzt? Das Krähennest. Man sieht natürlich an den Texturen, dass es Early Stage ist. Aber was macht man da? Das Krähennest von oben alles beobachten oder was? Einfach nur ein Aussichtspunkt. Also wenn wir mal irgendwann so eine Station haben, ne? Lager vielleicht? Ja. Nein, das Krähen ist kein Lager, es ist eine Aussichtsplattform für VIP oder so. Ist ja wie beim Schiff auch. Also beim Segelschiff. Alter. Das ist geil. Ja, einfach nur ein Aussichtspunkt. Da gibt's die VIP-Partys dann, sag ich dir. Da kann man sich aber bestimmt auch Dekos reinbauen. Was für geile Aussicht. Ja, sehr, sehr geil. Alter Verwalter, okay.
So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay? Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it.
Also man kann da in diesen Räumen noch was ausbauen. On the side,
This is
okay.
going to be for the flight deck.
Flight deck.
Also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints.
Nochmal 3 Hardpoints
Flight
mehr.
deck is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing.
Ah, geil. Defensive Air Wing of a station.
Just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations.
Ah ja, Rearming.
So an
Ich bin
orb
mal
with
gespannt.
a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now, this one's my favorite. Let's take a look.
Also, das ist ja richtig geil. Du hast oben den Aussichtspunkt und unten, also baust du deine eigene Deep Space Nine sozusagen. Es ist so cool. Und hast das Flight Deck, wo dann deine Fighter alle rauskommen können. Deine Staffel, die dann sagt, ey, was wollt ihr hier? Verschwindet. Unsere Station, unser Gebiet, unser Planet. Whatever. Und das Ding ist, wenn du mit mehreren Orgas da was hast, die da alle ihre Stationen bauen und alle ihre Fighter bauen und ach, mega. Also damit haben sie jetzt ein riesen Versprechen gemacht, ne? Zeig mir ein MMO, was genau das hat, was so immersiv ist, wo du auch drin rumlaufen kannst. Das gibt es einfach nicht.
Alright.
So. Mega.
There's a few little Easter eggs in that video. But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well, if you've built your super awesome station in a super lawless system, now you're the potential targets for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bid that Rich mentioned. Let's take a look at the inevitable.
Jetzt bin ich gespannt. Damit könnt ihr doch keine Station einnehmen. Der ein bisschen da. Ich will das genau so dann haben später. Die Dinger müssen doch allein schon richtig Schaden machen, die Turrets. Combat around stations, ja. Oh. Wir fliegen so ans Airlock ran. Jetzt brauchen wir noch Turrets, die innen drin sind. Ach, ein goldener Pico, wie geil ist das denn? Oh nein, ey. Was, gar keins? Genau das habe ich mir gedacht. Es muss einfach ultra schwer sein, so eine Station einzunehmen. Das braucht man. Das würde ich vermuten, in jeder Station einfach feuerfrei.
Okay, so not only is your station a staging area for offensive campaigns, it's also a defensive fortress. The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage. So the goal of attackers instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once inside, yes, once inside and you've cleared out the hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors. Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station.
Die kann man also auch reinbringen, okay.
Sealed shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets.
Alter, die Base zu bauen ist eine kleine Wissenschaft dann schon.
Personnel. These will all help slow down the attack and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the end game goals for dedicated orgs, and will be your base of operations for system-wide activities.
For dedicated orgs,
can be customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the stars. But wait.
Ah, was jetzt noch? But wait, there's more.
But wait. There's one more unique module we can build.
Okay, zeig her, was können wir noch bauen?
That is the dry dock.
Oh, Dry Dock, wir können also dort auch Schiffe bauen. Und was kann man dort wohl bauen, wenn man so ein Ding hat? Die Javelin.
This unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations, and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms, leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed. So, the only question still remains, what sizes of ship can we build?
Was heißt es? So, jetzt zeig mal her, was können wir für Schiffe bauen damit? Javelin, Bengal Carrier, was kommt jetzt?
No.
Polaris sowieso.
I'll just watch the end of the show. It's great. I want to see the reaction.
Mal sehen, die Reaktion. Alter, Bengal Carrier. Alter, Bengal Carrier Crafting. Ja, Black Husky. Bengal Carrier Crafting. Alter. So viel dazu. Die haben auch gesagt, die F8 kriegst du nur dann, wenn du Squadron durchgespielt hast. Ja, aber Bengal Carrier, Alter. Bengal Carrier bauen. Das ist dann wirklich das Ende aller Ziele, die du jemals hast im Spiel, glaube ich. Das Dry Dock baut dir einfach einen Bengal Carrier. wo du dann mit deiner Orga, also wenn du mit dem Bengal Carrier dann nicht verteidigen kannst, die Base. Oh, guck mal, da ist noch eine Base dran. Da ist noch eine Base dran und noch eine Base dran. Und noch eine Base und noch eine Base. Alter, fick mir die... Entschuldigung für meine Ausdrucksweise jetzt gerade, aber jetzt wird's richtig spannend. Alter. Base-to-Base-Connectors. Alter, leck mich am Arsch, ich bin platt. Jetzt bin ich fertig.
Thanks, Ian. So, now we're talking. Multiple stations linking and dry docks to craft your very own capital ships. The ultimate end goal for any org.
Definitiv.
Okay, so let's take a step back. At the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned we had 3 types of players and one...
Alter, bin ich fertig jetzt.
And hopefully you can see we have purposeful gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources, or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base, each one of you supports each other. You need the blueprints to craft, you need the resources to make them, and you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players.
Gibt's denn noch was Geileres als das, was wir gerade gesehen haben?
Deep diving into each system.
Ja.
But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SC Lives and CitizenCons. Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making. And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards...
Natürlich bleiben wir bei der Journey dabei, ey. Unglaublich. Also da haben sie jetzt richtig abgeliefert. Das übertrifft wirklich nochmal alle CitizensCon zuvor. No, noch nicht Chris Roberts, oder was?
Jared. Okay.
Die haben schon wieder, also die machen nochmal weiter.
Yeah. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
I have it on my thing on. Yeah.
Welcome, Chris Roberts.
Yeah, ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Ahead of schedule, also noch vor der Zeit fertig, ja?
Right. And then they're going to scroll it. Thanks, Rich. Ian, I hope you guys...
Alter, Base Building!
What you saw there.
Nicht nur Base Building, Station Building.
Having a definitive line in the sand is incredibly empowering for the whole team, and I think for all of you guys in the community. As I said, introducing the presentation, we will never stop growing Star Citizen, even past 1.0.
Also ab jetzt erwarte ich, dass wir rekrutieren. Ab jetzt geht es los, sobald auch das Feature drin ist. Mit Ingame-Rekrutierung möchte ich, dass wir Leute finden, die für uns arbeiten wollen, DCC.
To see countless great ideas and suggestions that come from people playing a live alpha and seeing areas that the game can grow and improve. And often we take these on board because they will make the game better. And in some ways, while you could say Star Citizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building this dream game together. And
ja, das ist richtig.
And I think that's what makes it special. I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin.
Mahlzeit, Whitestar.
We're doing something together, and I don't.
Kommst genau richtig zum Ende.
The other game, you have the opportunity to be involved at that level and have your voices heard and impact what we do. Because you know, occasionally we'll do things.
Was sagst du zu den Base Building Features? Das ist das Geilste. Besser als das Redacted gestern.
We definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but A lot of it is
Definitiv tolle Sachen für Orgas.
really great, and we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So, what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys.
Ja, glaube ich dir, Whites da. Also es ist mega, was sie bringen.
Because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and
Danke fürs Follow.
Always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated.
Komm mal rüber, genau.
He's like, whoa, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on. So we'll always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing. Now we get stuff.
Alles drüber vergessen, ja, natürlich. Oh Mann, ey.
So I hope you've enjoyed this year's CitizenCon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterwards on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that we'll be delivering the next 12 to 18 months.
Das können wir gleich machen.
Das können wir
gleich machen, Husky.
At the end of this year, we're already in Evercati on 4.0. I think some people have been streaming some stuff. And in coming weeks, we'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU and then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at CitizenCon, with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more. We love what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We
Lies doch nicht alles ab,
that we are
Chris.
truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do. You allow us a privilege almost no other developer has, the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly
Auf jeden
mean
Fall.
that, because as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition that Star Citizen is and Squadron 42 is, and that's all down to you guys and girls. So thank you very, very much.
Sehr, sehr geil. Auf jeden Fall sehr, sehr geil. Mein Gott. Genau, da können wir mit Corpsman und keine Ahnung wem Orga allen ein Stationsnetzwerk aufbauen. So ist es. Ich will das mal sagen, eine Station reicht das mal, aber dann hinterher kann jeder seine eigene haben.
And I want to take a moment to thank Leah,
Mit verschiedenen Spezialisierungen, weißt du?
Jared, Kat, and so many others have poured their hearts into making this weekend special for all of you. And a huge thanks goes out to our presenters and teams supporting them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world. In the worlds of Admiral
Bin ich wirklich sprachlos.
to stand with our team.
Nicht einfach nur eine Station, sondern mit den ganzen Erweiterungen daran, was sie planen. Also es
Working on the show floor, your hard work
ist noch nicht im Spiel, aber am liebsten müsste es schon drin sein.
energy alive throughout the event. And finally, a heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much.
Mann, mega geil. Vielleicht kann man ja auch dann Waffen, Rüstungen verkaufen. Ja, haben die doch gesagt, Mansuri. Die haben doch gesagt, dass das, was man herstellt, man hat dann eigene Shops. Unten auf dem Boden kann man Shops erstellen, sogar Showrooms, wo man die Schiffe verkauft und Gegenstände verkauft. Genauso wie auf den Stationen.
The Enter the Atmosphere event that Amos is doing. So I hope
Ja, hast du verpasst.
a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I
Ja
think
klar.
are as always.
White eine kleine feine eigene auch noch.
And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And, you know, CitizenCon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together, supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So,
Auf jeden Fall. Mega gut, also ehrlich. Ja, see you in the verse. Da sagt er was. Da sagt er was. See you in the verse. Mega, also ich bin von heute mehr begeistert als von gestern. Tatsächlich. Auch wenn gestern richtig, richtig coole Sachen dabei gewesen sind. Heute hat das irgendwie dem Ganzen nochmal die Krone aufgesetzt, finde ich, mit dem Base-Building. Und ja, eigentlich sagt es ja jetzt, der Livestream endet. Das heißt, hier werden wir nichts mehr sehen heute, denke ich. Ich mache mal hier jetzt auch ein bisschen leiser, damit ich mal ein bisschen mit euch sprechen kann. Oh Mann, also das wird richtig, 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 richtig geil werden. Wenn wir dann tatsächlich unsere Base-Building machen können. Guck mal hier, Stream haben sie tatsächlich jetzt auch beendet. Das heißt, man wird sich das in der Wiederholung nochmal angucken können. Dann gucken wir mal eben auf Star Citizen. Da sind sie ja jetzt dann nicht mehr live, oder? Ist das schon, wo waren denn die Livestreams dann? Wo kann man sich die denn dann angucken? CitizenCon, hier, Star Citizen mit Star Lancer. Aber das ist ja nur das Video, das Intro-Video, ne? Genau, IAE, nein. Es dauert jetzt einen Moment, bis das wahrscheinlich hochgeladen ist. Playable now, live. Live dürften sie jetzt nicht mehr sein, ne? Day 2, Full Broadcast. Guck, dann gucken wir nochmal eben rein. In die wichtigen Teile, weil da können wir dann auch nochmal Stopp machen. So, hier war das dann gewesen. So, da gehen wir dann direkt ins Ship-Panel. Also hier, das war mit dem Crafting von Chips nochmal. Richtig, richtig cool. So, kommt schon Biome und jetzt kommen die Schiffe. So, auch für den lieben Vakarian gleich nochmal. Was braucht man? Klar, er hat ja hier gezeigt. So, hier geht's los. Hier geht's los. So, The Star Lancer Family. Du siehst, es sind 3 Stück. Und dann gucken wir nochmal rein. Weil die bieten gerade nur 2 Stück an.
Yeah, the Star Lancer is basically a whole new family of vehicles.
Das gucken wir uns nochmal durch.
And these are covering a range of different roles. Today, we're going to be talking about the first 3.
So, hier, wir haben die Star Lancer Build, also BLD. Und die gibt es zurzeit noch nicht im Shop. Die ist einfach noch nicht da. Star Lancer hier. Wir haben nämlich nur tatsächlich die Star Lancer Max im Shop gerade. Oder die Star Lancer Tech, aber noch nicht die Build. Noch nicht die Build-Variante, die BLD-Variante. Die ist noch nicht da. Ja? Also Star Lancer, ich weiß gar nicht, welche Variante dann die teuerste sein wird. Das ist jetzt echt so, ja, kann man nicht wissen. Die Tech, also hier nochmal die Features dazu. Star Lancer Build, und das werde ich auch gleich mal hier screenshotten und einmal ein Screenshotten machen. Wir machen das so hier, so zack, dann stelle ich das bei uns nochmal im Discord rein. Und da haben wir das dann auch nochmal für Vakarian, dass sich jetzt schon eine Tag gekauft hat. So, für Vakarian, So, wo haben wir denn? Achso, müssen wir noch ein Ad davor setzen, warte mal. So, also ihr seht, ich bin auch im Discord nebenbei aktiv. So, zack. Die BLD-Variante ist die zum Bauen mit den Drohnen. So, da haben wir es. Also, wer aufpasst, der kriegt auch alles mit. Ich werde auch nächste Woche für euch gucken, dass ich diese ganze CitizenCon, ich muss jetzt erstmal an mir vorbeirauschen. Morgen ist ja schon wieder nächste Woche. Und da kriegt ihr von mir auf jeden Fall ein Video zu den Star Lancers, zum Base-Building, zu den Biomen. Ich werde alles einmal reinhauen. Gucken, was gab es an Infos. Ich werde das für euch kurz zusammenfassen, damit ihr euch nicht alles nochmal genau angucken könnt. Aber ich werde euch natürlich auch die Infos, die ihr braucht, fürs Dingens, ach hier, das gucke ich mir gerne nochmal an, hier mit dem, das ist total genial mit diesen verlinkten Bases, also ehrlich, da haben sie jetzt einen rausgehauen, ne? So ist das. Komm schon hier, da. Dieses Bild hier, dieses Bild, ne, das sagt mehr als alles, was wir so bisher gesehen haben auf der CitizenCon. Das ist das, was mich gerade mega hypt. Das ist das, was mich tatsächlich mega hypt. Hier so ein Netzwerk aus. Dann hast du hier eine Base, die ist vielleicht komplett dedicated to Cargo. Dann hast du hier drüben das dedicated für Refining. Hier ist dann noch eine Base, die ist dediziert für, keine Ahnung, Hospital oder so. Man weiß es nicht. Dann macht man hier dann halt die Base blau für Hospital, die Base hier für Cargo macht man rot. Dann hat man hier noch eine grüne Base für Research vielleicht. Das kommt ja dann auch noch. Dass du eben einfach ein verschiedenes Netzwerk aus verschiedenen Arten von Basen hast, die du alle quasi nebeneinander. Das ist so, das hast du verpasst, ja. Das hast du definitiv verpasst. Oh Mann. Also, Entschuldigung, das war von 14:29 die Nachricht. Ich bin immer noch irgendwie, weil der Chat hat gerade gezuckt, irgendwas war da. Aber gut, das ist so, wie ich mir das Star Citizen vorgestellt habe, tatsächlich. Ja, so und nicht anders. Oder ist es bei euch, habt ihr das nicht so? Also ich definitiv, also krank. Richtig, richtig krank, geile Vorstellung jetzt von der CitizenCon. Das letzte hat einen nochmal richtig umgehauen mit dem Basebuilding und hier das mit den Missions dann quasi. Narrative Expert, NPC-driven und at your pace. In deiner Geschwindigkeit kannst du die Main Story durchspielen. Das ist geil. Allein, dass es schon eine Main Story geben wird. Es sind so viele Sachen jetzt in der CitizenCon gekommen, die einfach richtig, richtig cool sind. Ich finde es gerade gar nicht doof, das Spiel nicht spielen zu können, weil ich will jetzt das Spiel spielen. Ich will jetzt 1.0 haben. Und der Weg dorthin, haben sie ja jetzt gesagt, bis zu 1.0. Wenn wir die 4.0 drin haben, dann starten wir mit 5 Systemen. Was meint ihr? Wie lange wird das Ganze noch dauern? Also nächstes Jahr definitiv nicht, aber nächstes Jahr starten wir ja mit Basebuilding. Und was wir jetzt halt noch haben, wenn wir uns das Bild hier nochmal angucken, eben, was ich gerade gemacht habe mit den mehreren, sag schnell, wo sind sie? Sind sie wieder hin? Hier. Mit den mehreren Bases und dass du einen Bengal Carrier einfach craften kannst. Du kannst dir einen Bengal Carrier craften. Du kannst quasi dann auch den Bengal Carrier für jemand anderen craften. Also du kannst damit richtig Kohle machen im Burst. Wenn du dann deine Schiffswerften hast, die dann einfach für andere Leute die Capital Ships produzieren. Das ist mega geil. Und dann bist du halt ein richtig, also das ist so mein Ziel, ne? Da oben steht hier, da ist die 890 noch angedockt hier, ne? Und hier kommt dann der Bengal Carrier vom Stapel. Also da weiß man gar nicht, was baue ich denn zuerst? Und vor allem, wie lange sind dann die Bauzeiten? Also ich denke mal, für eine Station wirst du locker einen Monat bauen müssen. Wenn du dann auch hier dran baust, wirst du auch locker bestimmt eine Woche, einen Monat dran bauen müssen. Und währenddessen musst du diese Station ja auch am Laufen halten. Das heißt, Maintenance musst du machen. Irgendwie unten in einem unteren Viertel haben die ja gesagt, dass du auch da die Station, genauso wie das alles auf dem Planeten, am Laufen halten musst. Du musst also da wie in einem Maschinenraum hingehen, musst Fuses austauschen. Jetzt noch ganz simpel gesagt. Ich hoffe, dass sie das noch anpassen werden. Und ich hoffe auch, dass sie vielleicht hier noch ein bisschen Varianz reinbringen werden und verschiedene, vielleicht auch Tierstufen von Space Stations bringen werden. Ich wette mit euch, dass sie da noch hingehen werden. Dass du dann eben sagst, okay, auch die Waffen, die du auf der Station draufbauen kannst, auch wieder Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 Waffen. Dass man das eben upgraden kann, wie heutzutage an jedem Mobile-Handy-Game. Nur, dass du hier ein bisschen komplexer hast. Und dass ich natürlich auch noch möchte, dass du Schiffe besser oder Gegenstände auch, also Baupläne von Gegenständen kriegen kannst, wenn du sie raffinierst, wenn du quasi was findest, dann hast du einen Bauplan davon zum Beispiel. Aber wie schwer muss es denn bitte sein, an einen Bauplan für einen Bengal Carrier ranzukommen? Da musst du doch PvP machen, da musst du doch hier in diesem Mission Profession System, da gehen wir nochmal eben hin. Vielleicht finde ich gerade den Screenshot davon. Der war ja hier irgendwo, warte mal, hier ging es ja darum. Endgame, ja, hier, da waren wir beim Endgame. Hier bei diesen Professions. Instance Content, Fleet Battles, oder das ist halt das, was wir immer haben. Hier, das hier. So, das heißt, du musst ja irgendwo anfangen, wenn du sagst, ich will einen Bengal Carrier haben, musst du ja auch eine Pioneer haben, um überhaupt nochmal das Schiff zu bauen. Das heißt, Was Consolidated Outland, du möchtest dir eine Pioneer kaufen, also musst du da irgendwie Reputation für kriegen. Und das geht über die Mercenary Guild irgendwie anscheinend. Combat Pilot, was kriegst du? Prices? Hawk, Ballista, Valkyrie, Arrow. Na gut, guck mal, du kriegst da dann die Schiffe von. Wo stand hier Bengal? Hat keiner gesehen, ne? Von was ist Javelin? Javelin kannst du auch bauen. Also, brauchst du einen Bengal und eine Javelin. Du brauchst ja schon 80 Leute, die nur auf der Javelin die ganze Zeit da rumhocken wollen. Eclipse, Avenger, Redeemer, Hammerhead, Reclaimer, Gladius, Retaliate, Alter. Steht hier Bengal Carrier irgendwo? Nee, ne? Aber ihr seht schon, wo es hinläuft. Und das ist mega. Hier Merchantman. Bengal. Steht hier irgendwo Bengal Carrier? Nee, ne? Cutlass, Corsair, Dragonfly, Ironclad. Ja, bei Drake steht kein Bengal Carrier. Hier Perseus kannst du bauen. Lynx, Polaris, Apollo, Scorpius. Ah, die wollten hier, glaube ich, noch nicht teasern. Weil sonst hätte hier Bengal irgendwo gestanden, hätten einige Leute schon vielleicht geschrien. Ich denke mal, die wollten noch nicht teasern, aber das geht ja dann hier über die Military-Dings. Also wenn du eine Hornet haben willst, ne, dann hast du dir den Blueprint hier über Combat Pilot verdient. Ne? Und dann gehst du wieder zurück zu der MISC, wieder zu Prospector, minerst das und holst dir das zurück. Aber wenn du jetzt aufgestellt bist mit mehreren Organisationen, dann werden die einen Orgas sich darum kümmern, hier das zu kriegen oder die Divisions in der Orga. Das hoffe ich ja noch, dass sie es anpassen werden, weil man in der Orga ja auch mehrere Divisions haben kann, wo wie du dann in der Space Base dann eben auch die Division hast, die unten für den Soforteinsatz-Hangar zur Verfügung stehen, wenn Feinde angreifen, die dann von dort aus starten, was wir jetzt so gesehen haben. Und dann brauchst du eben auch Leute, die sich darum kümmern, um das Gameplay um alles am Laufen zu halten. Also die Shops mit zu befüllen. Das heißt, du brauchst die Trader. Du brauchst ja immer wieder die Handel. Also wenn du da zu einem riesen Handelsaußenposten wirst und Schiffshersteller, das wird richtig, richtig cool, weil irgendwann ist ja natürlich auch mal der Punkt erreicht, wo Star Citizen dann halt ja vielleicht nur noch Geld nehmen wird für Leute, die monatlich spielen wollen. Ich weiß es nicht, durch die Subscriptions oder so, dass du dann einfach mehrere Vorteile hast. Das Modell ist ja immer noch nicht draußen. Was jetzt draußen ist, ist tatsächlich eben nur, dass du halt Schiffe kaufen kannst und die sich dadurch finanzieren und durch die monatlichen Subscriptions. Aber Werbung wird hinterher noch jede Menge kosten. Und zwar mehr als die Produktion oder mindestens ein Drittel von der Produktion wird auch an Werbekosten rausgehen. Damit eben auch dieses Verse befüllt werden kann. Und wir starten mit 5 Systemen. Nyx, Castra, Terra, Stanton und Pyro. Wo wollt ihr starten? Das ist so meine Frage, ne? Wo will man überhaupt starten? Und allein dieser Circle, den man hier haben kann, das ist nur einer von den verschiedenen Dingen, ne? Die du eben machen kannst. Du kannst auch sagen, ich gehe salvagen, um dann hinterher besser produzieren zu können. Wo haben wir denn hier? Wo ist denn die Drake? Hier, Drake, Cutlass, Kraken, Buccaneer, Mule, Corsair, Dragonfly, Ironclad, Cutter, Caterpillar, Herald, Cutlass. Wo ist denn die? Ach da ist die Vulture. Das heißt, du gehst hier über die Vulture, gehst, keine Ahnung, salvagen, im Stanton-System oder hier im Pyro-System gehst du salvagen und willst dir dann aber, keine Ahnung, was willst du denn haben? Ne? Und du guckst halt, das wird auch nochmal interessant und schlimmer als jeder Skill-Tree, den ich aus irgendwelchen MMOs kenne, kann man das jetzt hier nachverfolgen. Ne? Und das ist auch noch das mit diesen Orgas hier, Imperial Sports Federation, also alles, was mit Sport zu tun hat. The Council war ja das hier für Piraten-Gameplay, also die Gilde fürs Piraten-Gameplay. Dann Academy of Science, für alles, was mit Forschung zu tun hat, also eine Science-Gruppe, die dann eben Blueprints hat, aber die Blueprints kann man wohl nicht verkaufen, haben die auch gesagt, aber hier kriegst du halt welche her, ne? Was steht da? Hunter, Search and Rescue, aha. Was steht da? Researcher, glaube ich. Explorer, Crafter, hier steht Crafter, genau. Also da muss man dann auf jeden Fall auch drin sein, wenn man sich eine Station bauen will. Und wir haben aber am Tag davor gehört, dass wenn man eben so eine Gilde wechselt, man die Reputation bei der Gilde komplett verliert und dann wieder bei der neuen Gilde aufbauen muss. Also muss man erstmal gucken, dass man hier sich genügend Blueprints oder sowas auch fürs Crafting holt über die oder Academy of Science, damit man dann wiederum die Blueprints auch nutzen kann. Die United Resource Workers, und hier geht es über Miner, Da sammelst du dann Reputation. Salvager hier, siehst du, brauchst du gar nicht über Drake gehen, sondern du musst halt gucken, ich bin hier drin, gehe Salvager und da haben wir dann, gut, das ist jetzt hier der Zweig nicht drin, aber da müssten wir dann hier über Salvager, dann gehst du hier rein über Drake, dann über Vulture oder eben über, wo ist es, Aegis, du weißt schon, worauf ich hinaus will, ne? Und dann gehst du hier auf die Reclaimer, wo ist er? Oder kriegen wir noch mehr? Nein, schade. Da ist die Reclaimer, so, gehst du hier über die Reclaimer dann, ne, quasi, über Salvagen. Da ist so viel drin, Was haben wir noch? Interstellar Transport Guild, also alles, was Howling angeht. Recovery Expert, Transporter, Trader, Howler. Und was ist das? Kurier. Aha, interessant. Und hier Mercenary Guild ist alles, was mit Combat zu tun hat in der Richtung. Soldier, also alles Mögliche, was damit zu tun hat. Verschiedene Zweige nochmal da drin. Ich finde es ja gut, wenn man in mehreren Gilden gleichzeitig sein kann mit der Org. Und das ist dann eben, der eine ist zum Beispiel mit der Orga sind wir in, keine Ahnung, ob man mit der Orga, das habe ich jetzt nicht mehr so im Kopf. Wenn du da mit der Orga aber in einer Gilde drin bist, zum Beispiel Interstellar Transport Guild, sammeln die Leute ja alle, die dann auch dafür was machen, mit für die Orga an Reputation. Und wenn dann, war das Panel gestern oder heute? Ich bin echt verwirrt jetzt. Und wenn du dann aber selber in einer anderen Gilde bist, zum Beispiel Academy of Science hier unten, dann sammelst du halt trotzdem noch für die, mit den Aufträgen, die du machst, Sachen für die Academy of Science. Also das spielt alles ineinander und das ist sehr, sehr cool. Ja, hier die Base-Building-Videos, die sind einfach mega krass. Mega, mega krass. Ja. Gut, ich würde sagen, das war's für heute. Ich werde jetzt mal zurück zur Familie gehen, einmal noch kurz in Discord reinschneiden, mit euch kurz schnacken und dann möchte ich mich fürs heutige Zuschauen wieder bedanken, egal ob hier bei Twitch oder YouTube. Ihr seid die Besten, es macht Spaß mit euch und ja, bleibt mir erhalten. Wenn ihr den Kanal hier noch nicht abonniert habt, dann tut das gerne. Ich bin gerne da und ich möchte auch die 1000 Follower dieses Jahr noch knacken. Deswegen, ja, ne? Das wäre richtig geil. Das wäre richtig cool. Ja, da würde ich mich freuen. Gut. Ich wünsche euch noch was. Auf Wiedersehen, ihr Lieben. Das war's für heute. Euer Proof. Over and out. See you in the Verse. Nächsten Freitag wieder. Live im Verse. Ja, da spielen wir dann Star Citizen. Wahrscheinlich wird dann die 3.24.2 auch besser funktionieren. Gut, macht's gut. Schönes Wochenende noch. Und guten Start in die Woche morgen. Passt auf, bei YouTube kommen demnächst Videos zur CitizenCon, wo ich für euch alles nochmal aufbereite. Also, bye bye ihr Lieben. Ciao, ciao. Das war's für heute. Wo ist hier mein Endbutton? Da. Ende.
There is a ship that you will see that for showdown #1 must be. 2 types of them that bring you death. Destruction is their role. Hurrah! Boom, boom, the arrows will come, fitted with a motherfucking big fat gun. Run, run, before you become not for the salvage crew. Hurrah! You think that you're safe in a hammerhead, but soon you will be doomed and dead. The iron puts your shields down, the inferno cracks your hull. Boom, 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 the arrows will come, fitted with a motherfucking big fat gun. Run, run, before you become loot for the salvage crew. Hurrah! Even for a negress, the Ares is its nemesis. The bullets will cut its hull into, gone will be ship and crew. Oops. Boom, boom, the arrows will come, fitted with a motherfucking big fat gun. Run, run, before you become loot for the salvage crew. Hurrah! Also for fighters challenging before CIG did that balancing. Now the iron is a repeater and the inferno shoots too slow. Shit! Boom, boom, the arrows will come, fitted with a motherfucking big fat gun. Run, run, before you become root for the savage crew. Boom, boom, the arrows will come, fitted with a motherfucking big fat gun. Run, run, before you become root for the savage crew. Boom, boom, the arrows will come, fitted with a motherfucking big fat gun. Run, run, before you become loot for the savage crew. Boom, boom, the arrows will come, hopefully balancing isn't yet done. Scam, scam, the yelling is all to make Ares great again. Yeah!